get this very difficult question correct, and we are going to go to Joelle, who is joining us. Hey, Joelle, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Joelle, I am dying to see if you know the answer to this. In the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark, when Indiana Jones is in the Tannis map room, there's a red graffiti written on one of the miniature buildings. What does it say?
Niche store in or do not disturb.
That is correct, yes. Nicht storen.
She's driving.
And that does in German mean do not disturb. So you got it correct. All right. And you got a great prize, by the way, Joelle. We are going to give you a Steven Singer Jewelers Moon and Back diamond necklace featuring a diamond-encrusted moon and a heart with a secret message of love. I love you to the moon and back. You can order now for free shipping, and it will arrive in time for Mother's Day. You can go to IHateStevenSinger.com. So hang on, Joelle, and thank you for listening. We appreciate that.
I thought that'd be a lot longer getting that one.
I got to dive right into this stuff because we don't have much time. We have a guest coming up in just a moment. So we'll begin with this. Michael Bolton is bravely battling glioblastoma, of course, which is an aggressive brain cancer after undergoing emergency surgery in December of 2023. He's in recovery in the hospital room, singing. It says singing with minutes. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
His daughter, Holly, shared with people saying that it is his enduring spirit that's having him be as positive as he is, despite challenges with memory, speech, and mobility. Bolton says succumbing to the challenge is not an option, and that's the way you find out what you're made of. A second brain surgery followed in January 2024 due to infection, but as of April, his scans remain clear, apparently.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, choosing not to receive a prognosis, Bolton is focusing on hope and connection. He said, just to know that you're not alone going through it is a big deal. And now he's embraced home life, spending quality time with his daughters and grandkids, reflecting on legacy. He says, I want to be on the right side of that so they feel great about who they are. And as he continues, meditation, golf, voice therapy, and songwriting, Michael declares that he is not backing down from life's challenges. And he said, I got a title for a song, and it's Ain't Going Down Without a Fight. So he seems to be doing it.
The attitude is very positive. It is a serious disease,
big time.
Listen, very encouraging.
Yeah. So hopefully things will go well his way. All right. Here's a follow up. Bill Belichick defended his girlfriend Jordan Hudson after the interview we talked about that he sat down for was kind of controlled by her, telling them to stop, and we're not doing that because they were heading into relationship conversation.
She touches my penis.
Belichick said in a statement to the university, where is he? North Carolina. He said, I was surprised when unrelated topics were introduced, and I repeatedly expressed to the reporter, Tony DeColpel, and the producers that I preferred to keep that conversation centered on the book. After this occurred several times, Jordan, with whom I share both a personal and professional relationship, stepped in to reiterate that point to help refocus this discussion. Belichick backed her, adding that she was not deflecting any specific question or topic, but simply doing her job to ensure the interview stayed on track. In the statement, the coach questioned how the interview was edited after it took place to make it seem like they were avoiding the question of how we met. Belichick said Wednesday that the couple met on a 2021 flight to Palm Beach, Florida. The admission matched an Instagram post from Hudson earlier this year, which said that they met in February 2021. The 8-minute CBS interview with Belichick was about his life in football ahead of the release of his new book, which is called The Art of Winning, said to be published in May. He said the final 8-minute segment does not reflect the productive 35-minute conversation we had, which covered a wide range of topics related to my career. Instead, it presents selectively edited clips and stills from just a few minutes of the interview to suggest a false narrative that Jordan was attempting to control the conversation, which is simply not true.
So she's kind of working as a publicist, in the capacity of a publicist. And if they laid the ground rules before that, then that gives a little bit more breathing room to the story. But I think if you're going in for any interview like this and you have some sort of something controversial going on, it would always help for you to roll video as well. On a phone, just record. So many times it's been caught where if someone claims there's been selective editing and they have the raw footage of the interview, they can back up their case.
Yeah, that's a good idea. By the way, CBS responded to Belichick's statement on Wednesday, saying that it was agreed upon to be, quote, a wide-ranging interview.
They
said there were
Somebody's lying.
Well, he said there were no. Well, listen, I believe CBS that they agreed to that. It's just he may not have thoroughly thought it through. They said there were no preconditions or limitations to this conversation. This was confirmed repeatedly with his publisher before the interview took place and after it was completed. So, it's just, listen, when you sit down for an interview, if there's something in whatever you're promoting, if there's something going on in your world,
you got to anticipate.
They're going to go to that. And you got to be ready for it.
Let me ask you a quick question about this. Would you guys feel any differently about this relationship if she was not as attractive and fit as she is?
No, attractive and fit isn't the situation. I think the fact that she's a century younger.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe if she was frumpier,
she'd still be 24 or whatever she is.
Okay, all right.
But I know it makes it that much worse.
Okay.
That she looks that good and she's with him.
Right.
Yep. All right, so moving on to the next story. Armas was spotted in London with Tom Cruise on the eve of her 37th birthday, fueling even more rumors of a budding romance. And the two arrived via helicopter, with Cruise himself piloting the aircraft.
Of course.
They weren't alone, however, because Anna brought her 2 dogs along. It's not,
you're bringing the dogs.
It's not the first time the two have been spotted together, of course. Earlier this year, they were snapped out to dinner around Valentine's Day.
Tom, do you mind if I bring the dogs? Yeah, great.
And multiple times since. But, Case, I had a little moment thinking about Ana de Armas and Tom Cruise. And listen, Tom's a stud. It's great. He's a good-looking guy, obviously, very talented, but he is... I don't know. There's an age. Well, no, the age difference.
The
there,
age
too.
thing, yes.
Yeah.
He's up there.
Yeah, she is 37 though. So, anyhow, let's see what else we have here for you. So Jeremy Renner had to kick OxyContin, and he did it according to him, saying that it was worse than you think. He said he pulled no punches during. The interview says he pulled no punches during describing the experience. He was prescribed Oxy for pain after his nearly fatal snowplow accident, and he said of the drug, that was one of the hardest things. Again, worse than the accident as well is getting off of OxyContin.
Yeah.
And he said, and I got off pretty quickly. That's gnarly stuff, man. He said, I'm glad that it was there, but I wanted to get off it as soon as possible because it's highly, highly addictive, and coming off of that stuff was gnarly.
I got to imagine when a 14,000 pounds? How was it? 14 tons? Or what was the
14,000 pounds?
Yeah.
It was.
Rolls over your chest. You're in a bit of pain, so you need the real heavy stuff. But yeah, that's always the liability of getting that as a pain reliever.
Mm-hmm. The greatest days of Ben Affleck's life, according to the actor, were the days of his kids being born. The second greatest, though, that came courtesy of Tom Brady. Affleck had explained that he was on vacation the same time at the same location as Brady. And Brady told him that he needed someone to play catch with. And he's like, all right, I'll run as fast as I can. He said, I did that. I turned around. I caught the ball because I was afraid of breaking my nose more than anything else. And then after a few of those, he's like, all right, we'll put some hair on it. And I reach out, and I have to go extend way out, and I effing caught it. And he said, it was like the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. And I've lived a full life of dreams.
Yes, I can see that, yeah.
I've had so many football catches in my life, but I remember having a football catch in high school with our high school quarterback at the time. They throw the ball differently, man. And this is just at a high school level. I couldn't imagine trying to catch a pass from an actual college or professional football.
Well, Affleck's fit, right?
It's different though.
Yeah.
Do you think though that Brady's rifling it in at him?
I think they are incapable of not putting a little bit of a zip on it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like if like Carlos Santana. Every single note
when he
plays
throws the football? Oh,
no, every note that he plays on the guitar is intentional.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Preston,
right.
A golfer. Every shot that they take, whether professional golfer, is done with intention. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. People's Sexiest Man from 2005 has some thoughts on the next sexiest man and who that should be. Matthew McConaughey was at his annual MJ&M fundraiser in Texas recently when the subject of the sexiest man came up, and he had a name in mind for the next one. Anthony Hopkins, he said.
Yeah, Yeah, why not?
He said, I've been marketing him for years. He said, have you ever met him in person? He is a sexy guy. He said, those eyes. McConaughey has long been a fan and friend of the legendary actor, appearing with him in 1997's Amistad.
Turns the ladies on?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Maybe that's his signature move.
Yeah, that's his move.
When he's down there.
That's his all right, all right.
I'll try one more thing here.
Are you wet? Tell me, Clarice.
Let's see. All right, a newly remastered 4K version of the 1975 cult classic, The Rocky Horror Picture Show, will be released in time and in theaters for the movie's 50th anniversary.
Yeah.
Wow.
I like that they're doing this stunt stuff. 50 freaking years.
Maybe they're trying to capitalize on the Minecraft phase, or craze of people throwing stuff at the screen and whatever else.
Maybe.
Since the Minecraft thing was every review that mentioned that whole thing mentioned Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah. The film, of course, stars Tim Curry, Susan Sarandon, Barry Bostwick, Meatloaf, and many others, and has enjoyed midnight viewings across the country for almost 5 decades.
Dude, I remember when that movie came out.
I saw a tribute to Tim Curry recently, and it was on Instagram, and it showed several clips of him throughout his career of doing live theater and singing. And it was great, and it went through, the Pirates of Penzance and all these other stage shows, and then the last video, obviously he had a stroke. He had a pretty nasty one a while back. But it's him in a wheelchair, and you can tell his face is a little bit, is his post-stroke. But he is singing.
Full blown?
Fantastic.
Oh, I'd love to hear that.
I was, what I couldn't figure out was how current that video was.
Well,
I was very happy to see that.
I brought up to you, he has a book coming out, and it would be cool if he is able to do some press for that, because wouldn't it be great to get him on the show?
Yes. Brilliant performer. Easy Company and Sergeant Rock will not be mounting an assault on the big screen after all. The film adaptation of the DC comic icon Sergeant Rock was to star Colin Farrell as the title character, but the entire production has received orders to stand down. The film was in pre-production in the UK and was still casting, but at least for now, the plug has been pulled. Sources say it came down to the project's scheduling needs of shooting outdoors, adding that the project would be reassessed at the end of the year for a possible summer shoot next year. But for now, nothing's going on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Amazon MGM Studios is moving forward with Roadhouse 2, the sequel to the 2024 Roadhouse reboot. With Jake Gyllenhaal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that one. And has signed on Guy Ritchie.
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
As the director this time around.
Guy Ritchie, okay, that is a good fit. Listen, I did like the Jake Gyllenhaal remake. It's not the original. The original was listen, if we're honest, the original is a hokey movie.
Yeah.
But it is a blast, and I love it. The remake had its things, and it was better than I thought it was going to be. They left it open. He can continue.
So Guy Ritchie will be replacing Doug Liman, who, and it may not come as a surprise considering that he and Amazon got into a pretty public spat after the streamer decided to not put the movie out in theaters. Gyllenhaal returns as the ex-UFC fighter Dalton, who took up a job as a bouncer at a bar in the Florida Keys. So the plot details for the sequel haven't been revealed as of yet.
So they go a little bigger than the original Roadhouse, Preston. There's a lot more pyrotechnics.
I need to see it.
Yeah.
I definitely need to see it. Bryce Dallas Howard, Orlando Bloom, and Nick Mohammed are mixing stage improv with international crime in a wild new action comedy called Deep Cover. It's going to be on Amazon Prime June 12th. It follows Bryce as an improv coach who's pulled into a chaotic sting operation with her students turned undercover actors. And in the trailer, Howard, who is not impressed with Bloom's artistic choices, scolds him, saying, "I told you not to escalate," to which he shrugs and says it's where the scene went. Now, it's directed by Doctor Who alum Tom Kingsley, and it's got a big cast. So Sean Bean, Ian McShane, and Patty Considine are so far on board. So we'll see how this whole thing shapes up.
And you know who Nick Mohammed is? It's Nate from Ted Lasso.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Love him. Steve, I had you in mind with this story. Fans of Shogun?
Yeah.
And you loved it, right?
Yeah, I loved it.
You're going to have to be patient because season 2 won't even start filming until next January.
I hate this.
In a new press release, FX confirmed Shogun, based on the novel of the same name by James Clavell,
Well, I still have Golden Girls.
is scheduled to begin physical production for season 2 in January in Vancouver. The series made history last year, snagging 18 Emmys and sweeping the Golden Globes with 4 major wins.
It's one of the most meticulous TV series I've ever seen. And apparently, again, what I really like about it is that they were very fastidious about being historically accurate. And it's just a great story.
It's FX's most watched show ever. It pulled in 9 million viewers across global platforms like Disney+. But with production kicking off nearly 2 years after the first season aired, the wait is officially on for that. All right, and then one final story. Desperate Housewives is getting a reboot, or rather a reimagining. Wisteria Lane is currently being developed, that's the name of it, by Kerry Washington's Simpson Street and 20th Television. The show is being described as a fun and sexy dark comedy that's similar to Desperate Housewives, featuring 5 friends who all live in a perfect cul-de-sac with seemingly great lives, like the original series. All the neighbors appear to be living picture-perfect lives, but keep some real deep secrets locked behind the white picket fence.
Ooh, I liked that show.
Is Mark Cherry the showrunner for the original one?
Doesn't say in this story, Steve, so it's a reimagining. It's Kerry Washington, so I don't know.
You know, there are a lot of shows, though, that are on now that are available streaming-wise that clearly took the lead from Desperate Housewives, Kathy.
Oh, yeah.
And are those, tableau, suburban things, but what's seething just under the surface, like Friends and the John Hamm series. Yeah, Friends and Neighbors.
All right, let's play clips. Rosario is a new horror movie with a primarily Latino cast. And in this clip, director Felipe Vargas reveals where his inspiration for the movie came from. It's not playing. No.
Hang on.
Hit the button.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
What's going on here? Hang on.
Okay. Hold on. So we're seeing the clip is playing, but no audio. Let's try this again. No, okay, it's just not coming through. That's really weird. I'm scared. And I don't have a transcript of what, but I do have the out cue.
Yes, please.
The last thing that Felipe Vargas says in this clip is, "It's terrifying, dude."
I don't give.
Thank you. There you go. Rosario comes to theaters this weekend.
Just one more thing that's broken?
Yeah, let me try this again. Hang on.
Yeah, no, I don't understand why this is not happening.
Is audio a component part of most radio shows?
No,
Wait,
neither are phones.
Case, what are you playing it out of?
The Vox
Pro.
Because the Vox Pro down the hallway crashed yesterday and erased all of the information on it.
it's all there. The Vox Pro is on, up and running. It's just there's no signal coming out of the channel that we have that going through. So.
Do you want to use your phone, your rig, perhaps the candlestick?
The clip's not. Oh, that.
Yeah. So, do you want to play that clip from Philippe or no?
Oh, if you can.
Yeah, we're gonna Marissa sent it over on our wide orbit. That actually works.
Philippe, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm talking into my phone.
All right.
My old timey phone. All right, you ready? You ready?
The Philippe one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Here we go.
I grew up summers in Colombia and South America, where I'm from, campfire tales, with my grandpa about the monster in the woods. All these lores and folk tales that would just scare the crap out of me. You're out there and it's quiet and you're just hearing the crickets. It's terrifying, dude.
I don't give a
There you go.
Rosario comes out in theaters this weekend. All right, we'll do the next clip. And you're going to start this one, right, Case? Okay.
Good man.
The Four Seasons is a new comedy show coming to Netflix with an all-star cast. In this clip, Erica Henningsen shares a funny moment that she shared with her on-screen lover, Steve Carell.
Steve was driving home from set a weekend, and he had a really long drive home. And so I said, how are you going to stay up? Because we wrapped pretty late at night. He said, well, I'll listen to music. And he said, I listen to a lot of girl pop. And so I made him a playlist, and we're sitting in the makeup chairs on Monday, and I go, Steve, did you listen? And he goes, you know who's really good? That Chapel Rowan.
Yeah. The Four Seasons premieres today on Netflix. By the way, you'll be able to see that. All right, there you go. That's your entertainment report.
We did it.
All right, what are we doing with our guest here, Kathy?
Yep, Marissa's getting him on.
Oh, okay, excellent. So we're
on
gonna
our
have
show, right?
We normally don't do a guest at this time, but this guy's got an early start today. When does he begin?
He is, as soon as he hangs up with us, he's starting.
Oh, okay. So he's got to jump on it now. So we're going to get him on in a moment. He's an ultra runner, and he's doing a special event at the Philadelphia Museum of Art today for Worthwhile Wear Charity. And Kathy was telling about what a great organization that is.
Yeah, so they help victims who were brought into human trafficking. And I got to speak to some of the women that they helped when I did that event. And it's just it's the work that they do is amazing. And the fact that these women can get back on their feet and live a normal life is incredible.
There's millions of people around the world who are forced labor, forced marriages, classic what we think of slavery as, who are restricted. Yeah, it's horrific.
And you don't think it happens in the United States. You think of it as third world countries and places like that. No, it's happening right here in Philadelphia.
Well, this gentleman is going to be doing something pretty intense today. He's going to attempt to run 27.6 miles up and down the Philadelphia Museum of Art steps, the Rocky Steps. And he's done some wild stuff before. Skateboarding 600 miles from Washington, D.C. to Ottawa, Canada.
Cool.
Biking 5,000 miles solo across Europe and running 10 marathons in 10 days, which would be a 276-mile trek from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia.
Wow.
This is what the guy does. Please welcome Mark Gibson this morning. Hey, Mark.
Morning.
Thanks for joining us. We can see you via Zoom. You were right there at the base of the steps. And this is going to start in mere moments, correct?
Correct. Yep.
All right. So, Mark, I mentioned all these other feats that you have done, and I'm sure that just scratches the surface. But where does this rank difficulty-wise in trekking this many steps?
Today's going to be a tough day. It's going to start nice and easy, just walking up and down the steps, and then we're going to pick up the pace when I get warmed up. But I expect to be at least 10 hours, maybe 12 hours today.
10 to 12 hours, 27.6 miles. That's, I'm trying to figure out and the length of the steps themselves.
Listen, I take the steps here in the morning, and we're on the 4th floor, and that's enough for me. I don't know. May I ask a couple of personal questions, Mark? How old are you?
I'm 64.
You're 64 years old.
Good for
My
you.
goodness.
I love it.
When did these ultra, sessions enter your life? I'm sure you've been athletic your whole life, but how old were you when you took it to the next level?
Yeah, I've been a gymnast my whole life. I own a kids' gymnastics center, so I've always been pretty fit. But the real turning point for me, and it's going to happen to everybody, is when that invitation to join AARP shows up.
Yeah. I'm there, my friend. Yeah. I'm there. And you're saying, no, they must have gotten the wrong address.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I saw that piece of paper and I said to myself, man, some windows are going to be closing soon.
Yep.
Good for you.
Now, I think, is that your daughter that's next to you, and is she going to run with you?
This is my daughter, Missy. Yeah, say hi, Missy.
Hi.
Missy. And she's going to be doing this along with you today, Mark?
Yeah, we're going to be running side by side all day long.
Oh, wow.
So let me ask you, the steps are, there's an irregularity to them. You plateau at certain points, and if you're getting synchronized, you have a sort of pattern. Have you I assume you've done a little bit of practice on the steps. Or you're going in cold turkey?
No, I've been down here. I've been running up and down training on the steps for the last month or so. Missy is 25 years old. So she doesn't need that nonsense. She's just here today. She's in incredible shape. She just did a 44-miler a month ago.
Wow.
And she's a good long-distance runner.
Okay, I have a question for you, Mark. On the rare occasions that I would jog or run, I would, if I wasn't listening to music or something like that, I did have maybe a song in my mind that would be going along with me, like to the tempo at which I am moving. Is that anything that you use? Is there any kind of a mantra or music in your head that's going on while you're doing something like this?
Not so much while we're doing it. I tend to just sort of take in the atmosphere when we're running.
Okay.
But coming down Kelly Drive this morning, about an hour ago, we had Ozzy full blast, blaring on the radio, Crazy Train the whole way down Kelly Drive.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's our start to the day.
You got to get fired up. Mark, what's your connection and how did Worthwhile Wear come to your attention?
Well, I've been involved with Worthwhile Wear for a couple of years now. Dan Emmer, who's sitting beside me here,
Hey, Dan.
came up with this amazing charity, and I taught his kids gymnastics probably 15 years ago.
A while ago, yeah.
So I've known Dan for a decade and a half now. His kids are all grown up like mine. And when he approached me with the idea of getting involved, I said, yeah, I'm on board. What can I do?
Oh, that's awesome. And again, as Kathy pointed out, it's a problem that's not just across an ocean. It's here in the United States, and it's pretty substantial. So I have to ask you, as somebody who does a lot of hiking and treadmill a lot and different terrains, what's your footwear of choice for something like this? What's your brand?
Right now I'm wearing La Sportiva, and mostly I see a trail. I'm wearing trail shoes today.
Okay.
While running. But most importantly, just something that's comfortable, something that's going to last all day long without something I can ignore, basically.
So something sensible with a sexy heel, I'm assuming, correct?
There you go. Yeah, at least 4 inches.
Will you eat at some point, and do you stop or do you keep going while you're eating?
Generally, I sort of grab things as I'm moving and eat while we're moving. There might be a couple of points during the day where we maybe stop and put our feet up just to sort of get the blood flowing back again.
So you're saying, as far as bathroom breaks, would this be a great day for other people to avoid the steps?
No, quite the opposite. We want as many people to come out here today and join us.
Yeah, to cheer you on. It's a wonderful cause.
Yeah.
Now, Mark, the tradition of getting to the top of the stairs and throwing your hands up in the air. Is this going to be done every single time that you reach the summit?
It is not.
Okay.
Definitely on the last one.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
This one will be totally Balboa the whole way.
I wonder if anyone have you guys apprised Stallone of this? Has anyone tried to reach out and let him know this is going on? I think this is something he might embrace.
We will. If you have his number, we will. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we can get you Frank Stallone.
So obviously this is to draw attention to worthwhile wear. Dan, if people want to get involved, if they want to help out, to contribute, what's the best way to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. The reason we're doing this is to kick off our National Act Challenge. So we start today, May 1st, and go to July 30th. And we encourage the community all across the country to come out, run, bike, swim, whatever you can do to log miles. And it's raising awareness. So people can go to our website, worthwhile.org, just worthwhile.org, and they can join the Act Challenge. It's completely free. If you come down today, you actually can join Mark. There's Mark and Missy are going to be running, but we have people lined up. We have former Phillies Eric Kratz. He's in the wing over here waiting. We have other people waiting, and they're all going to just run as long as they can. I'm going to try and do 13 miles. I'm probably going to do about 3. But the idea is to kick off this. We want people to know it's a big issue, but people can get involved by joining the Act Challenge, raising awareness, and that's the best way you can curb trafficking. And then the funds raised through this, every mile that's logged unlocks $1. Those go to all the programs we offer at Worthwhile. So offering the community outreach that we do across the greater Philadelphia area, the long-term housing we offer, the counseling, and the employment. So all this helps support that and the survivors that we serve in the greater Philadelphia area.
So we need a lot of people down there making a big scene for a lot of photo ops and stuff like that to get the messaging out. And what is the ETA? So you're figuring, when do you think you're going to wrap this up? What are you shooting for?
You know what? Somebody just blew a horn there, and I missed that last
no.
one.
What time are you estimating you're going to wrap it up today?
Optimistic would be 10 hours, around 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Probably 7, maybe a little later.
Okay.
All right.
And is there a designated area for you? Do they have any area roped off on the steps, or are you just is it the wild frontier?
We're right at the bottom of the steps. Yep.
Yeah, the right-hand side.
Okay.
The right-hand side.
There
okay.
you go. All
Excellent.
right.
Well, listen, it's a wonderful thing. Obviously, a great organization, Worthwhile Wear, and you can go to worthwhilewear.org. But we're glad we're catching you at the start here, Mark, because you're going to be a little bit tired later on. But good luck on your quest. We know you're going to knock it out of the park and obviously bring awareness to a really cool cause. So thank you guys for doing this in Philly. This is wonderful.
Thanks for having us.
You bet. Best of luck. Thank you so much. All right, they are on their way, and it's going to start right away. So if you're driving by, you will see that, and you can go join them today.
If you're going if you do a run today, if that's part of your exercise schedule, head over there and do the steps a couple times.
I saw a guy behind them while we were talking to them via Zoom, and he was going up doing like a shuffle sideways step,
right?
Going up and down the stairs like that. People do that. I guess that is a great exercise spot.
The longest time, one of my every other day routines was the 100 steps. I lived, down right by the trail there, and going up and down was great.
Yep, it's good for you for sure. All right, we have to take a break. We got stuff to get to this morning. We thank you for joining us, and as a thank you, we'll have your chance to win $1,000 about 45 minutes from now. Get yourself set for 20 money. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
off. I'm going with Rich.
And Nick, Rich is our winner.
Let me tell you,
Thank you,
everyone's
Chris.
neck and neck at this point.
Appreciate it. Hang on, my man. We are going to set you up with this.
A pair of tickets to see Dave Chappelle. Saturday, May 28th at Hard Rock Live Edis Arena in Atlantic City. Tickets for both Chappelle shows go on sale tomorrow. And both shows are May 28th and 29th. And all the details can be found at hardrockhotelatlanticcity.com.
Santa's got to go.
All right, let's get another pair on the line. We will go to Mike first. Yo, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Mike. All right, we're going to have you play against Cole. Let me get him on the line. Cole, are you there?
I am. How you doing?
Wonderful. All right, let's begin with Mike. We want to know who said it best in Talk Like Bill Weston. Mike, go for it.
Excellent guess. Riveting banter. I give today's show a D.
All right, Cole, let's see if you can deliver that line as good or better than Mike. Go for it.
Oh, excellent guess. Riveting banter today. I give today's show a D.
Okay. So we have Cole and Mike. Mike went first. Kathy, who you want to vote for?
Ooh, this is a tough one. I think I'm going to go with Mike.
All right, Nick, how about you?
Yeah, they were both really good. I think Cole's just kind of petered out at the end a little bit, so I'm going to go with Mike.
And Steve, you?
For that same reason, I'm going with Mike.
And then Casey?
For both of those reasons, I'm going to go with Mike.
And I go with Mike as well. Thank you, though, Cole. We appreciate it. But Mike gets the prize. What do we have for him?
A case of Loverboy. You might recall Loverboy from Bravo's hit reality series, Summer House. Loverboy is a high-quality, low-calorie, zero-sugar sparkling hard tea. And you can enjoy Loverboy at Kellyanne's Bar and Grill, located at 1549 Spring Garden Street in Philly.
I hear they make a great patty melt.
All right, I think we have 3 more of these that we can get away with. So let's do that right now. We're going to get listener Bill on. Morning, Bill.
Good morning, Preston.
Oh, nice delivery. And his name is Bill, so we got to keep that in mind. Hang on, Bill. We're going to have you go up against Alex. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ed. All right, you both have a line in front of you. Let's see who delivers it better on Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Alex, we want you to go first.
Kathy seems out of sorts today. She must be on her period.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Dear God.
Yes.
That's good, though.
All right, now we go over to Bill. Same line. Bill, go ahead.
Kathy seems on it. Dang it.
Do it again.
Start over.
That's all right. All right, restart.
Today. She must be on her period.
All right. This is a close one. I'll start this time.
Here.
Wow. I did like the way Bill went at the beginning, but I think Alex got it a little bit more closer to the mark. So I'm going to give my vote to Alex. Casey?
I agree with you, Preston.
All right. And Steve?
I'm feeling Bill on this one, actually.
All right.
Yeah, I like Bill too.
All right. So, Nick, you're the tiebreaker.
Wow. Well, I'm going to go with Bill.
Bill! All right. Thank you, Alex. You did a great job, but Bill won the vote, and here's what we have for him.
You won the Batman. On digital, the Batman is caught in a deadly game of cat and mouse with the Riddler in this gritty thriller starring Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz. You can own it on 4K Ultra HD on May 24th, but you could own it on digital right now.
Here's vengeance.
Somebody texted and said we need a woman versus woman version of this. I think we've already chosen our contestants, and I don't think we took gender into consideration at all. But in fact, we did have a girl earlier. I think Chris.
I thought we had a couple of girls.
Okay, I don't really know.
2
But
girls.
anyhow, it would be nice to see lady against lady.
Because I hear
that.
a number of women do Bill Weston impressions.
But if we can't do that now, maybe we can do like a one-off later on. I don't know. We'll see about that. All right, so we're getting our other contestants ready. A reminder as well, with all this giving away that's going on, that the MMR Concert Cash will be coming up at 10 again. So get yourself set and ready for that. And in case you missed the announcement yesterday, we announced the Preston and Steve side stage to the MMRBQ. The band Froggy is going to be playing. DJ Jackie Bam Bam is going to be doing a set, which is pretty awesome. And we're going to have live band karaoke with the group Sidearm as your backing band, you as the singer. You get to sing a song, and we'll tell you how to enter to win that later on. If not by tomorrow, then next week we'll have that information up and ready to go. And the 424-pack deal is underway. So if you want to get a 4-pack of tickets for $80, so that's $20 a ticket plus the Ticketmaster fees. It's available now through May 2nd at 10 p.m. or while supplies last.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
That's a great one.
That is terrific.
It's so good. He hasn't come
I need
down
you to
here.
stop talking and listen to me.
Oh, my God. That's a clip on its own now, right?
It's got to be.
Okay, good. Yeah.
That's when we had him and Jackie and Bill and Gary Lauer in the escape room.
Oh, Pituation, right?
And the
Pituation.
Oh,
Yeah.
But Bill went along with it.
Somebody texted earlier, they want to hear Pituation's Bill Weston impression at some point.
Because he does such a good Rocky.
It's spot on. All right, let's get it. Two more callers. We have John. Hey, John, good morning.
Hello, Preston.
Good morning. International Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Let me get another caller, and we have another Bill. Hey, Bill, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, Bill, we're going to do Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Who said it bestin'? And, Bill, we are going to begin with you. Give us your Bill Weston line, please.
The quickest way to sound desperate is to use the number 10.
I love it. All right, let's see if John can top him. John, let's have it.
The quickest way to sound desperate is to use number 10.
Okay. You know what?
Wow.
John has a deeper voice, but I think Bill, me personally, I think Bill captured the essence a little bit more. I'm giving my vote to Bill. Nick?
Bill's delivery was excellent. But his high voice threw me off, so I'm going John.
All right, Kathy?
John's who went second, right?
Yep.
Yeah, John.
All right, Steve?
I'm going with John went second?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
You went with John?
No, I went with John because Bill had the higher voice.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, Casey?
Yeah, I agree with
All
him
right,
as well.
sorry, Bill, you're out of there. But John
Good, again.
is a winner. And here's what we got for John.
All right, we got a case of Loverboy. You might recall Loverboy from Bravo's hit reality series Summer House. Loverboy is a high-quality, low-calorie. I was thinking low-hanging fruit. Zero sugar, sparkling hard tea, and you can enjoy Loverboy, Kellyanne's Bar and Grill, located at 1549 Spring Garden Street in Philly.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
And guess what?
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to our final two contestants, the man of the day is here. Bill Weston, man about town.
You know, I had to come in here and tell you what a great game this is and how good you guys are at it. Because I was the Bill on the last call that you didn't pick. That was me.
That's great. Excellent job.
Awesome.
Were you the high
You lost at your own contest.
The best way to sound desperate is to use the number 10.
Bill, I voted for you.
Yeah.
I said you got the essence.
And I'm so mad because I went and told Marissa, I'm like, you should get Bill on the call and to do this contest.
That's great.
I figured you'd leave me on and I would complain about not winning the prize, but I was immediately hung up upon. And it was like, I got to walk in there and like say, hey, that was me.
So you kind of did a Don Knotts, right?
Yeah. I was just trying to throw you off.
Yeah.
That was
Hey,
great.
Hey, Bill.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Do you remember that Gary call? Because I'd forgotten about it.
I
totally
remember
forgot.
that was fairly early on. I'd only met Gary once at the Camp Out for Hunger where he gave me a bullet.
Remember that? He was giving bullets
He
to a
was
lot of
handing
people.
out bullets.
Was that the Plymouth meeting? So I didn't realize, because Casey's impression was, passable, but, I could have hurt. I didn't know it at that point or recognize the hotline number, obviously. Boy, was that. Because somebody said he was acting like an idiot, and I had to get in and, oh, my God. Well, that's a good drop. I'm sure you're going to use that
We'll use that a lot, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's good.
Oh, yeah. And in fact, Casey, I know you're renaming that, but I want to hear that pause,
Okay.
the lip smack, and then the realization.
Okay, you gotta give me-
Before we go to our, you know what? Let's do our
We'll do it
last
after.
contest.
Okay, yeah.
And we'll do it on the way out.
Just one more line.
We have one more. I'm going to go to Mike. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
Wonderful. All right, Mike, you're going to be going up against another Bill. All right. Hey, Bill, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Bill. We had this last matchup. It's between you and Mike. We're going to start with Mike. Mike, it's Talk Like Bill Weston Day. Give us your best and go for it.
Something's wrong here. Santa's got to go.
Okay. We'll go next to Bill and see how he does. Bill, you give us the line.
I don't know what you want from me. Santa's got to go.
All right. Who are we gonna vote for, Nick?
They were both a little rushed, but I think that Bill actually did the better of the two Bills.
Okay, Kathy?
Correct.
And
Same.
Steve?
Yeah, there was an improv on the one performance.
Casey? I've been come to known as, but I go with Bill as well.
And I will go with Bill, too. We got our winner. Mike, thank you for calling in, bud. Bill beat ya, and here is what we have for Bill as a prize.
All right, Bill. What we have for you is a pair of tickets to see the next chapter in the Wizarding World series, Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore, is now in theaters. Plus, you also get 2 tickets to experience the original film that started it all, as the Philadelphia Orchestra performs Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone live in concert while the full movie plays on the big screen. And that's going to be Saturday, July 23rd at The Man.
All right, let's play back just this realization moment that Bill had when Kay found out. He realized that Casey was pranking him. Here we go.
It was reported that you were either inebriated, high, or a combination of both.
I was so high and so drunk. I had such a good time, man.
Is this Casey?
You just called the hotline.
Oh, my God.
I need your consent. Can we play this on the air?
Listen. Everything except the asshole part.
All right, thank you. I'll clean it up so you can hear it.
You're such a good sport, Bill. You are.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Wait, Casey, you told him that Gary had done something in the mixer?
I don't remember.
Gary was just being Gary, and so he's you have to border collie him a little bit.
I think we
whether he's
inflated
handing
it.
out bullets or whatever, but and so that was the issue.
Yep.
All right, it's all for the show.
All right,
I'm with you guys.
Santa's got to go, right?
Good show. All right.
Wait, what grade does this segment get?
Oh, I'll give it an A minus.
There's always room for improvement.
Wow. Bill Weston, ladies and gentlemen.
Santa's got to go.
All right, we got to take a break.
Stop talking.
And feel free to talk like Bill Weston today, because that's what it's all about, folks. We're going to break. When we come back, we are going to have actor Ke Kwan on the show, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Their lead music
out with it was in BuzzFeed a little while back, and I wanted to kind of explore this a little bit. The title is 35 Very Specific Things You Saw Every Single Time You Went to Your Grandma's House. And I remember, and obviously this was pre
333 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Real quick shout out. This is hey, Preston requesting a last minute shout out if possible for my son-in-law Don Morgridge, who is donating his hair for Kathy's cuts. In fact, he has the first appointment.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, that's amazing, Kath. Well, when is the first appointment?
6:30.
So 6:30. That is tomorrow morning. She said he's been growing it out specifically for this, and I'm very proud of him. Thanks for whatever you can do. Love to you all. That's from Janet. So here's a shout out. And that is for Don.
Anyone coming out tomorrow to get their haircut, sometimes, it gets crazy, especially when we're all in one location. But make sure you say hi. Like, I'll be running around before your haircut, after your haircut, whatever it is. Just make sure you grab me. You're not going to bother me, even if I'm on the air with these guys. Like, just wait around or grab me whenever you're finished.
I mean, I've loved in the past with the multiple locations, but a lot of people wanted to see you. They want to meet you and hang out and also, this is something you've spearheaded forever. This is an important charity. This is something you've been the driver of. And it's kind of a cool feeling to talk, and it's a big donation for a lot of people, and it means something. So I'm glad you're going to be available to talk to everyone who's doing it.
Yeah, so make sure you grab me. If I look like I'm busy, doesn't matter. Just make sure you say hi. And yeah, I'm excited to see, because there's, we have women, we have men, and I'm getting a bunch of emails from these little girls, not from the girls, their parents, this one little girl has this long, dark, curly hair, and she's chopping it all off tomorrow.
Wow, that's a big undertaking, man. Especially for a little girl.
And this is the 16th year, right?
Yes,
wow.
16th year,
wow.
yeah.
And normally, again, as you said, in years past, your team of bodyguards would deflect everyone coming towards you. But
They're
this
not
year,
there.
you're open. No.
I fired them.
Fired them.
They're helping
completely
Kim,
open.
They're helping Kim Kardashian out.
There you
so.
go. Yeah.
We'll give the full coverage of that tomorrow morning. But in the meantime, it's time to expand our minds. We're heading to the Just Saying Institute, friends, because there is knowledge to be had.
The Just Saying Institute, home of the Casey Foster Sweet Judy Blue Eyes painting service.
All right, we're going to start with this. Researchers at the Yale School of Public Health analyzed the death data of 77 million women and 102 million men born from 1900 to 2000, through 2000. And the findings have shown that nationwide life expectancy for women increased a bit from 73.8 years old to 84.81 years old. This is a
nice jump.
This is a 100-year span here. And in that time frame, and while it jumped for men, it went from only 62.8, that was the average in 1900, to 80.3 for men. Women still outlive men regularly.
It's the usual case, yeah.
Scientists and health officials calculate life expectancy at birth as a way of understanding a country's health over time. How long people in the United States lived since the last century varied drastically by state. So they have it broken down by the states.
How we doing?
We're okay, but the bottom 5 states of life expectancy among women born in 2000 compared to women born in 1900 are all in the South. The worst places are West Virginia, Oklahoma, Kentucky, Mississippi, and Arkansas.
I kind of would figure that. Wait, so the median age, life expectancy age for men in the United States, is it 70?
It's 80.3.
So it's 80 that's the median age now.
Yeah. Increased from 62.8 to 80.3.
That's wild because fairly recently it was hovering around the 76, 77 range. So, okay.
Now, there may be a couple of different studies. This is one that checked over a 100-year, span. And this is from the Yale School of Public Health, Steve. So you may have seen a different
study
analysis. Yeah.
Did you see the oldest person in the world died? A Brazilian nun. She was 116.
Well, she's not the oldest anymore.
Not anymore.
She just died. It was just the information just released.
Southern men born in 2000 also tended to have lower life expectancies, though they showed greater improvements since 1900. But the bottom are Mississippi, West Virginia, Alabama, Louisiana, and Tennessee. So you live the least amount of time on average if you are in those states.
I want to go before Claire goes. That'd be a tough one to handle. You know, or at least maybe hopefully a murder-suicide.
I was going to say, put it all on her. Let her have to deal with it.
She's going to have to deal with it, yeah. She'll be with Rico Suave.
Not all southern states showed lower or stalled life expectancies for people born in 2000. Florida, Texas, and Virginia are among the southern states featured in the top 20 of life expectancy for both men and women born in 2000. States outside of the South that ranked in the bottom 10 of both sexes included Ohio and Indiana. So, women born, this is interesting. Women born in 2000 in the District of Columbia have both the highest life expectancy of 93 years and the biggest improvement since 1900.
So what are any ideas as to contributing factors?
I'll get to that in a moment. D.C. men born in 2000 have the third highest expectancy of 86.5 years, up from 48.7 at the start of the century. So according to the study, urban areas tend to do better than rural areas, presumably because of differences in access to health care.
Yeah, it stands to reason.
And so they haven't been able to pinpoint why D.C. specifically has a better life expectancy.
Do you think it has to do with the proximity to the Checkers burger chain?
Are they mainly in D.C.? Yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah, that was a good burger that they brought in.
It was dang good,
yeah, I enjoyed that. Thanks, Case. I often think or fantasize about moving to the countryside or up in the mountains and getting away from it all. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that prevents me from doing that is access to good medical care and airports. Yeah. And we are so spoiled and so lucky to have Dr. Mike be our doctor. But if anybody has a good doctor in this area, like Steve, I was thinking about, if you live in rural Texas or whatever, and you got to drive an hour to a clinic or 2 hours to a clinic, or whatever, it's got to take its toll.
And preventative stuff goes out the window with that. When you're not going to take the time to do that.
And with the medical care, if you have something very specific and you need a very specific specialist or the best of that field, your options are limited if you are not in a major metropolitan area or at least adjacent to one.
Yes, I have halitosis.
The states with the longest life expectancies for women born in 2000 spanned both coasts. So New York, California, Massachusetts, and Hawaii. Other than D.C., these states showed the longest life expectancy among men, which were New York, California, Massachusetts, and Washington.
I know you've said a few times that you've had over the course of your life, you've had a fear of death, right?
Oh, God, yes.
A fairly profound fear of death.
Yes.
Is that getting better?
You know what, Steve? You know what I've done? I've balled it up and I've shoved it deep down inside.
Yeah.
And
All the way down,
anytime I start to have a fear of death, I think about things like golf.
Yes, and it all
I think
goes
about
away.
things that make life worth living.
Yeah, or a bad round that'll make you embrace death.
Yeah, totally. No, I've told you guys before. I don't believe in anything after we pass. It's just the conclusions that I've come to.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it scares me. It's scary to think about. And I try to think, well, it's not so scary when you go to sleep and you don't remember that, and maybe it's just going to be really nice
that you're going to wake
it's
up.
really for
get a few hours of rest.
What it's really going to impact is the guys you're golfing with at the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why you don't join us and play pretend that we're going to a beautiful place afterwards.
Where everybody's happy all the time.
You don't get us depressed.
We don't know. We don't know.
I'm telling you, Preston, I just watched Conclave last week, and Ray Fiennes' character, Cardinal Lawrence, delivers a sermon towards the beginning of the movie that gave me such peace. I'm telling you, because I know how you feel, and we all feel that way. That's why it's called faith and not fact. You know what I mean? When you talk about a Christian faith or a Muslim faith or whatever, it's faith. And he talks about how certainty is a sin. And I'm telling you, it was so good. It was really, really good. Okay. And it just made me, like, even Jesus.
It calmed you down.
Even Jesus, when he was dying on the cross, had his doubts. Yeah. He even questions God himself. Okay. You know what I mean?
And he didn't have Ray Fiennes.
It left me in a good spot. I'm watching this and I'm like,
okay.
I have heard so many sermons and homilies over my 50 years in life. And that was the first time I actually heard something that I felt like I'd never heard before.
Okay. All right.
And it gave me peace of mind.
I don't want to get into spiritual debate right now. We're not going to do that right now. Let's bring up abortion. Lighter subject.
I like the what happens after you die conversation. Let's do that.
Why not?
So anyhow, if you don't want to die very soon, then don't live in the South. So there you go. Is that
or just live in a hospital
to button that up if you want to? All right. There's been some other stories out of the JSI. We'll start with, we'll move on to this one. I just saw this one this morning. Archaeologists in Egypt have unearthed what is believed to be the oldest known gym membership.
Yep. And
written in Greek nearly 1,800 years ago on a fragment of papyrus.
And the guy couldn't get out of it, right?
For whatever reason.
I've been a member here for 1,800 years.
The document offers a rare glimpse into the structured world of professional athletes during Roman rule. And this Greek text, preserved by Egypt's arid climate, reveals the administrative side of ancient athletic organizations and highlights the enduring influence of Greek cultural practices in Roman Egypt.
So wait, I don't get to use the juice bar?
This amazing discovery came from Oxyrhynchus. Now, I'm probably pronouncing that incorrectly. It's in Egypt. It's a gold mine for ancient documents. The super dry desert air keeps fragile papyrus safe for centuries. So that's why they find tons of stuff in this area. Thousands upon thousands of texts, letters, contracts, shopping lists, even lost plays and things like that. And there among them was this note, written in Greek, the common language across Eastern Mediterranean, thanks to Alexander the Great. So the letter mentions someone named Herminos. And Herminos wasn't just a regular guy. It looks like he was a professional boxer. And the papyrus was some proof of his membership.
So he was using the gym.
In a group called Synodos Extike.
Did they recount any stories where he got to the gym on his camel and just sat in the parking lot?
And wouldn't go in and get the workout started. But these were people that were devoted to Heracles.
Oh, okay.
And so the group was more like a pro league or a union for the tough guys of ancient Greek and Roman sports. The boxers, wrestlers, and something called pancreatists. Pankratists. You pronounce it.
Eagles.
These athletes were the closest to ancient professional athletes, traveling, competing. making a living from their athletic strength. So
they were totally wrapped up in athleticism.
So according to the papyrus, Herminos, having paid his fee, was a part of this society.
I wonder if they had to hunt down people to pay the fee.
Herminos is engaged in what seems to be a monetary transaction. He appears to be discussing membership fees, which are the contributions that professional athletes were required to make to keep the sports union operational. So same thing.
Do they mention any no judgment zones?
No.
Okay.
The text demonstrates that these individuals were highly organized. They had structure, rules, and even fees akin to any modern professional association. Furthermore, it indicates that Greek management practices remained prevalent well into the Roman world, underpinning the entire network associated with the concept of the ancient Greek gymnasium and the major athletic competitions across the Roman Empire. So they had a sort of gym membership or groups that you had to pay to be in.
It boggles the mind, or at least it's. I watch the History Channel all the time, and to see these ancient cultures that were employing things that are very common to us these days.
Yeah.
But there is that connection.
If something works, then you keep using it.
Do you think they put the hottest people up front to sign people up for memberships? And
I think that
that
started way back then.
Yeah,
most definitely. All right, another discovery that was made. Nick, I have you in mind with this one.
All right.
Scientists have announced the discovery of a new human species, Homo juliensis, I guess is how you say that, following extensive research published in Nature Communications. So, Homo juliensis lived approximately 300,000 years ago in Eastern Asia, specifically roaming the woodlands of northern China. The fossils designated as Homo juliensis.
Is this Homo juliandrus?
Hang on. They are fragmented and include several pieces of skull, jaw, and some teeth. And one of the unique characteristics, Nick, is a very large skull.
The big head.
Yes. So the remains of at least 16 individuals have been found. They have a larger skull and larger teeth than Neanderthals and Homo sapiens.
My son, Ben, bless him, had his last concert last night, last band concert at Harrington High School, and so proud of him. He's a great sax player, and there were 95 kids on the stage at one point, and I'm looking around and I'm trying to find where Ben is, and I'm like, oh, there's the Mackle head, and Ben has a huge head of hair on top of having a Mackle head, and I was like, yep, man, there's my son, that's my boy.
That's my question. Is I've seen, I saw the prom pictures of you two together, and I don't know if it's the hair or if his actual head is even bigger than yours.
I don't know. That's a good question. We should measure a head size. He's taller than me, which is crazy.
He is, yeah.
But he's got the big head of hair and the big head.
Isn't he getting his cap fitted?
Yes, Casey, excellent question. So when I got my cap fitted for Conestoga, because I don't think I ever walked for Bucknell.
You went there that whole time. You never
walked. No, we had a dinner. I got gypped. Well, you know what? I earned my money.
Yeah, you gypped your parents.
But Casey, when I got my cap fitted for graduation, it was extra large.
Nick, by the way, so the early humans of Homo juliensis, like I said, had a larger head shape than the Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. However, scientists emphasize that head size did not necessarily indicate superiority of intelligence.
Of course not. I'm an idiot. Look at me.
7 years of Bucknell.
Yeah, 7.5.
I'd say so. We've heard about this other species, which or other civilization where they had sort of these misshapen heads. You know what I'm talking about? Almost like the crystal skull. Yeah, that there was a population that had that. They've later found out that a lot of that was done with sort of a type of binding of the skull.
Okay,
that created that.
Wow.
So you're just saying in general, this is just a larger skulled mofo.
Yeah. So the brain of the Homo juliensis could be quite large, in some cases reaching 1,700 to 1,800 cubic centimeters.
That's
while
a
the
whopper.
average brain volume of modern humans is about 1,200 cubic centimeters. But they said that they likely processed animal hides for clothing, possibly for protection against the cold, and survived by hunting animals. They hunted wild horses in small groups.
And ran gyms.
Using all parts of the animals for sustenance, including meat, marrow, bones, and skins. They probably hunted in groups, surrounded, and attacked things like horses, they said.
Attacked horses?
Yes.
You got to do what you got to do, I guess.
Organized into independent small groups and communities. The decline of Homo juliensis population could be attributed to drastic climate changes in the late Quaternary, an era marked by repeated glacial periods.
Hey, you want to go beat up some horses?
This period was characterized by major climate changes, including a glacial period that brought a colder and drier climate, contributing to the extinction of Homo juliensis. So
it's amazing how they piece together that information.
Big heads.
Yeah.
All right. Other scientific studies and projects. What one will switch gears a little bit?
It's such a learned institution, the JSI.
All right, Steve sent me this one. And there's a new scientific study out of Italy which found that consuming just 300 grams of chicken breast each week was associated with a 27% increase in death from all causes.
This is kind of a mind blower because you always think of like, oh, I'm just gonna have chicken.
Right.
It's healthier.
Yeah.
Bodybuilders tend to eat a lot of chicken.
Future studies are needed to explore the nature of the association, to be sure, but it is an alarming correlation given how much white meat from chicken is consumed globally. Chicken breast is globally considered to be a superfood.
Tell me something I don't know.
Just about the best protein to fat ratio of any food in the game. A common rule of thumb for anyone looking to gain muscle at a healthy weight is 1 gram of protein per 1 pound of body weight. But this new study published in MDPI journal Nutrients calls into question whether the God tier macros of chicken breast are worth it, because it found just 300 grams of white meat from chicken each week was associated with 27% risk of death from all causes.
That's pretty substantial.
Yeah, so for the study, 4,869 participants from southern Italy, 30 and above, were used, and the overarching goal of the study was to explore the relationship between gastrointestinal cancers and meat consumption. And what they found was subjects consuming more than 300 grams had that higher risk. So the study, titled "Does Poultry Consumption Increase the Risk of Mortality for Gastrointestinal Cancers?" It goes on and on. The bottom line was they're not really sure.
Yeah. What I need is a base number of how many nuggets you can get away with a day.
I'm into nuggets, y'all.
I'm into nuggets.
So it says here, it does not necessarily mean that the chicken is the lone contributing factor. It is
probably all the other.
It's the smoking that you're doing while you're eating.
But really, it could be. Like they could be a smoker and
a mild correlation.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal. Since it's all causes, I mean, like, car accidents will be put in this.
Right.
So it says it is entirely possible that the increased consumption is tied to overall consumption, tied to more active individuals who put themselves in riskier situations.
You see a cop pulling you over and saying, "You've been having some chicken tonight, son?"
And while this is all just speculation, it illustrates how easy it is to question other possible contributing factors. So who knows?
It also could be as simple as, are you eating grilled chicken or fried chicken?
That too. Absolutely,
Well,
Kathy.
hopefully
Yes.
fried chicken is the healthier version. I hope.
Wouldn't that be
That'd
great?
be terrific, yeah.
If it turns out that fried chicken.
Yeah, and drink more milkshakes.
All right, we only have time for one more, I think, and let's do one for Kathy. According to a new study from an international team of researchers, dancing can reduce anxiety, restlessness, and levels of the stress hormone cortisol, as well as lower heart rate and blood pressure.
It's the anti-chicken.
The study co-author, Jonathan Skinner, says our research shows that by dancing, we can tap into the chicken dance. Let's bring it all together. We can tap into a natural stress relief mechanism that enhances our resilience and helps us cope with daily pressures.
I can see that easily.
Yeah,
I mean,
It's healthy.
I mean, if it's a hobby that you enjoy, which it was for me. I mean, that of course it's stress relieving. That's something you would want to do to get away and to enjoy yourself for a night.
Yeah.
When did you stop actively participating in your salsa stuff, and when did that?
Well,
when did that run its course?
The studios changed. They moved, an owner split with a lead instructor, and the instructor opened their own studio. So everybody kind of split and went in different ways. So we kind of, petered off, and it really, the whole scene hasn't been the same since then. But I actually last night was talking to a waiter at a restaurant who told me about a salsa night in North Wales at a seafood place. It's like a Mexican name, but it's a seafood place. It's a Mexican seafood restaurant in North Wales. And he was telling me how on Saturday nights they do salsa nights. So we definitely want to go check that out.
Well, this stands to reason, because if you like to dance, you're doing it because it makes you happy.
Yes.
And therefore, that's going to have a profound effect on your mental health, right?
Unless you're in a saloon and someone is shooting at your feet.
Dance,
varmint.
Dance, varmint. So, I mean, like, I never dance. I'm not a good dancer. I don't have that kind of rhythm in my body.
I see you more as a ballet kind of guy.
But if I do, if something moves me to like, oh, I got to, this is it. Then I'm happy. I feel good. You know what I mean?
Of course, yeah.
So, but for some people, it's easy. They're good at it, and their body can move in that way, and so they're happy all the time, I guess.
It is. Listen, I know guys who refuse to dance at weddings or so on and so forth. I'll get in there and have fun. And when you
move around a little bit,
when you're with a group of people and everyone's moving, I don't put on solos. You know,
no. But for somebody who I feel that I don't have any dance moves, you do feel that everybody's looking at you.
Yes.
Which is tough, but nobody is really looking at you.
They're not.
But it feels that way.
Yeah.
Casey's a good dancer. He's got moves. And I will watch him if we're like at a wedding or whatever where there's music and Casey starts dancing.
I don't like dancing at weddings, though, because I end up sweating. And I don't want to sweat.
In the suit.
Yes,
That's
in the suit.
really what it boils down to.
By the way, the restaurant is Boca Del Mar in Montgomeryville.
Boca Del Mar.
Okay, cool. We're looking at a video of Kathy and Casey dancing right now. That was on Instagram recently. Kathy.
I love
those moves.
Just went a little over the
Little
top.
shimmy, yeah. So anyhow, they discovered that dancing can also help with expressing emotions, strengthen social connections, boost mood, and stimulate the release of the feel-good hormones like oxytocin and endorphins. And it doesn't matter what kind of dance you do. It can be done anywhere with no special equipment required, so anybody can do it.
In line at a wake.
And get the same benefits. The researchers sum it up by saying encouraging people to move together can create a sense of belonging and support while enhancing their ability to cope with stress. So there
makes you feel wanted.
But it's funny because if you do see people doing something along the lines of like the electric slide, a line dance that everyone can do, it bothers me when I see people doing their own little improvised moves.
Oh, get out.
Because it's so easy for them that they can improv while they're sticking to the steps. And I can't do that.
You can't do that.
Hell no.
Yes, you can.
I have to think very hard about what the next step is as I'm doing it.
Can you do, all the movements of the electric slide?
No.
Okay.
No. I tap out. I'm like, okay, here we go. All right, everybody's doing it. I'm getting dragged in. Okay, let me watch everybody and what they're doing. And no, it's just,
Wait a minute. But do you dance when you're roller skating?
I do.
So what's the difference?
There's a glide to that that's a little bit different.
But there's still like improv, and you're on skates, and there's.
I've only got
movement.
like 3 moves, so
it's 3 more than I have.
I just repeat them.
Yeah, I think you'd be fine.
I don't know.
You need a simple dance. A simple dance you can break out at a wedding that it's very easy to goose stepping.
Yeah.
Or what is he doing over there?
What is that?
Have you considered bringing roller skates to a wedding?
That.
You'd be the only guy.
It's a great idea.
That would be really
Yeah.
good.
I need to do
That
that.
would be so fun.
I assume that at some point a bride and a groom have come down the aisle on roller skates at a wedding.
Have to.
Wouldn't that be so cool?
I just saw one that came down the mountain on skis, and she was in a wedding dress and had her flowers.
That's awesome too.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, listen, I'm looking at the clock. 7:52. We got to take a break.
We got things to do.
We got money to give away. So Just Saying Institute, wrapping it up for now. Hopefully you got something out of that, friend. When we return, your opportunity to win $1,000 and the bizarre file. We have a bunch coming up. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston.
And all that stuff. When I was a kid, when I would be at my grandparents' house and I would have like all day by myself just wandering around. I mean, there were other people in the house, but there was no other kids to play with. And
nothing for you to do.
I needed to kill time. I had to kind of just find things to get into and do. So I would do a lot of just going through dresser drawers and just, whatever, just nosing around. And I remember things like playing with my grandfather's old shoe shine kit.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did they have the buffer thing, too, that, spun 2 ways?
Not the electrical one, but like the brushes and all. And obviously I'd get into the shoe polish itself, which is a total mess. But I remember things like that. Marissa, you brought in for show and tell the old adding machine with the hand crank and all that stuff. That my other grandparents, they had one of those. I would always play with that.
Well, I clearly remember there's certain things that you would have. Like I remember so my grandparents passed away, years ago. But they were. I remember going to the house enough. Their various houses. They lived in Staten Island and then Flagler Beach, Florida. And the thing I remember, Preston, is they had that old style TV remote. With like a button on and off, and like one thing that would manually turn the dial, and the thing looked like what in Star Trek they had those tricorders. It was that freaking big, and that was a big thing at my grandparents' house.
So here are some items, and feel free. I would like to hear from you guys listening. 215-263 WMMR. Like this one says, an old vacuum cleaner from at least 1979 that had one of those really big bags that filled up with air and got really warm whenever she used it.
Also, and when it would develop a small tear, it'd be like a fog machine coming out of it because we'd blown the dust right out that vent.
Mm-hmm.
My aunt kept my grandmother's, and she used it for a haunted house that she would have at her house. It was like part of their haunted house was this old vacuum with the bag on the back of it.
Oh, my God. Nice. I remember playing with the sewing machine.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I don't know why. It was fascinating to me.
During visiting time, if your parents were there to visit and you were, as you said, there were no other kids around, unless you had cousins or whatever. But if you're not, you had to play with the house.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Things.
Example for you for that. Because I have two younger brothers, and so when we would go to this is my dad's parents' house. My mom, my grandmother on that side, she was the one that said the cassette player.
Right.
So it's that family, and they had a laundry chute. Now,
dude, that's a home run.
It's pretty much an indoor slide, and you can send things down, and if you're really adventurous, you can send things back up. And so we would play with that.
Send your brother
for
down.
hours. Yes, Josh was small enough at the time. You could try to cram him in, which was always discouraged. But like that was entertainment for I don't know, 2 hours, 3 hours.
That's pretty cool.
You would send your action figures down through that.
Absolutely.
Like, Luke Skywalker.
Yes.
Where's he going?
Yeah,
he's going down the garbage chute.
Hell yes. Absolutely.
We would always have like this. I don't remember like going through their stuff or anything like that, but I remember like we would always have treats over there. They were always the same. We had the Nilla wafers.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There was always a bowl.
What about butterscotch candies?
Candies.
Yeah.
There was like an old, bowl of candies that no one
Hard
really
candies
wanted.
that would mold into one big piece.
And then
like eventually.
It's like a sedimentary rock.
Wait, and then I remember going through. My grandmother always had a change purse. So like that was the fun. I was like, let me go through your change purse and see how many quarters you have in there.
Was it actually one of those rubber ones that when you open and close it would look like a mouth?
Like a pop.
No, hers was almost like I forget what they call it, but like a mini purse where it had like a snap thing at the top.
This is where I keep my cocaine.
My grandfather had a coin collection, so that was something to like.
That
look
is
at.
interesting.
That was okay, yeah. But Kathy, my grandmother, would serve for whatever reason flat 7-Up because
flat soda.
Yeah.
We had flat soda every time we went there. Why was it flat?
Old people at that time really loved flat soda.
What the hell?
Soda.
Why was it no carbonation?
Here's a couple other examples, and we'll go to some phone calls. This one says a 1980s dustbuster that you would always end up playing with.
The dustbuster.
You may use that as a toy. That could be like a laser gun. Yep.
You know,
It was like
something
brown
that
and cream.
my grandmother was in entertainment, so she had she taught dance and music. So in her basement, Preston, she had a full xylophone.
Oh wow!
And like,
that's awesome.
It was all, I wasn't allowed to go play with it, but I did every now and then.
This other posting says a fridge covered with magnets, but specifically the fruit and vegetable ones, which were actually more decorative than anything else, since they were sucky magnets and wouldn't hold anything to the fridge. Also, do you remember the giant wooden spoon and fork?
Yes.
Some people would have those
displayed on the wall. Yeah,
that was kind of an older generation thing,
like with plates, decorative plates.
Furniture covered in plastic has to be on there.
Here's another one that says drinks and condiments inside the fridge that had clearly been in there for decades, but that she said were still good and refused to throw out.
There's your flat soda.
Yeah, there's your flat soda, exactly. Here's another one. And also in her fridge, grandma's fridge, lots of Cool Whip and Country Crock containers that have all types of food in it except whipped cream and butter.
Yep.
There was makeshift Tupperware.
Yeah.
When my mom passed away and we were clearing out everything in the house and just kind of giving a big clean, she would take Carvel ice cream containers and she would make gravy in advance because she was a Southern cook, and we had like 10 Carvel containers of frozen gravy in the refrigerator. It was hilarious.
At my grandmother's house, she always used to do the Folgers instant coffee because it was just her. So she would make 1 cup at a time. So all of those Folgers cans turned into what the nails went in.
Oh, there you go.
All the brick-brack.
Yeah, I remember coffee cans for nails. My dad had that. Yeah. Let me go to Michael. Hey, Michael, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, man. What's up, Michael?
Well, 2 things. Well, one about myself, but one as part of my profession. I've been a nurse for over 30 years, specialized in geriatrics, worked at, like, say, the Philadelphia Corporation for Aging for years, and always would go into the seniors' homes and ask if we could look in their medicine cabinet, and there was always a standard.
Okay.
You had the rusted can of Barbasol.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You had that little thing to make the cream, the little container with the little brush for shaving.
Okay. Yep.
The straight razor with the screw bottom with the rusted blades still sitting there making a stain inside the
Rust
cabinet.
is big with the the older community.
People don't remember those kind of razor blades where you actually had to take the blade out and then screw it back in.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. My favorite was when they had the very early electric shavers that looked more like instruments of death than they did something that we would use nowadays. The blades just were scary.
Yeah.
But and then, of course, my favorite was the medication with hand-typed labels that had been in there so long, it had gone from pill to powder to a mist, back to powder, and back to a pill again, like deadly antibiotic.
It had gone through 9 half-lives. Yeah, no, that sounds exactly accurate. Yeah.
Love it.
For myself, going to see my grandparents who lived in Florida, we always had the hot dogs and the freezer-burned crinkle fries.
All right. Fair enough.
Freezer burned, yeah.
The way of entertaining myself was I would steal one of my grandfather's white undershirts, dental floss, and pennies, and I would make parachutes and throw them off the second floor of their apartment building.
That's great.
Yes.
Very creative.
All right, Michael. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
You know what I most vividly remember, most clearly remember, from my grandparents' house was not anything in their house, but what we used to do over there. And for whatever reason, I was like I was like an actress when I was younger. I like to pretend and all this stuff. And I would make my brother pretend that we were hitchhiking because my grandparents lived in an apartment. So there was where you would park. My mom would let us walk down the street before she got to the main road. And so I would pretend we were hitchhiking and we didn't know my parents. And my brother was so little at the time and he used to cry and be like, "No, that's our mom." And I'd be like, "No, it's not. We're hitchhiking. We're getting in with strangers."
So you'd play with the neighborhood. Yeah.
Wow.
I would make my mom, drive past us, and I'd wave her down with my thumb out.
Wow. That's nice. I will go next to, let me go to Paul. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
What's up, Paul?
Oh, MMR rocks, partner. Trust
Thanks.
me.
Appreciate it, man.
Hey, look, I'm old school for sure.
Okay.
But what I remember at my grandparents' house, man, they lived in the country. They lived in Blackwood, New Jersey a long time ago.
All right.
And they actually had a well in the house.
Whoa.
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
A well inside.
I mean, when we wanted water, we would have to go to the well, which was just offside the kitchen. And it was a well that we had to let the bucket down and bring it up.
Dude.
And use water like that. And that's what I always remembered about my grandparents' house.
Paul, wow. I'd be amazed as a kid. I'd be amazed now to see that old school. Did you end up playing with that a lot?
Oh, say that again, please.
Did you end up playing with the well a lot? Because it's a freaking well.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, man. I mean, it was and the water was ice cold.
Yeah.
The water was ice cold.
Probably from a cold spring.
Every time we needed water, we would go down and go right outside the kitchen, let the bucket down, bring it back up, and use the water as we needed it.
That's amazing. So there was no plumbing in the house then, right? Or was that just an ancillary? Was that? I mean, was actual?
I'm telling you, I'm 70 years of age.
Yeah.
So when we went down to our grandparents' house, we had to go to an outhouse, which was off the house a ways, and the whole setup.
Oh, that's wild,
man.
Yeah.
But the one thing I truly remember was that there was a well
that in the house. Well, that's a great story.
That might have
Thanks,
been the
Paul.
height of
Appreciate it.
Okay, the well is in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My grandparents didn't have a well in their house, but they had a sump pump that I was terrified of. It was in a corner of this dingy, musty, dark basement.
They've got a robot down there.
It would make noises, and it just looked imposing to me, and I seriously thought that it went to hell or something like that. That there were demons in there or something like that.
Like Amityville 3D has near the sump pump, there was a hole that went to hell.
You know what else my grandparents had? Down by the sump pump, they had a small set of shelves that they would keep emergency food there for whatever reason. It was all canned
right
stuff that had been there.
This is pre-prepper.
It was already ancient when I was a little kid, and it looked disgusting.
Yeah, of course.
You know? And I wouldn't venture to that part of the basement too often.
Wow, that sounds like
It scared me.
Did they have the piece of furniture that terrified you, or was it your parents?
No, that was my parents.
Okay,
We had a chair that I was scared of. It looked like the evil queens. It had a high back. It was black with gold trim on it. It had a really high. It was a decorative chair. And I used to think that, like Maleficent sat in that thing or something like
What
that.
if you came home one day and the sump pump was sitting in the chair?
I would have left my family. Kathy, on this list, it says the fancy for guests living room that was filled with plastic-covered furniture and you weren't allowed to play in.
Yeah, never got that.
And, there's a lot of pictures on this list, which I wish you guys could see, because there's one, it says these exact wooden and cork coasters in their dining or living room. And I want to show you a picture of these. And
Yep.
Where you pulled them out of the little container that they lived in.
Yeah, it was like a little
holder.
Yeah.
I think it was like stacked poker chips.
Yeah.
On that furniture thing, with the covering in plastic, I never got a definitive
with this, but here we go.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
That you have become to known as.
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money Keyword.
We didn't need that. All right. The word is savings. That's our contest keyword. Savings. SAVINGS. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that on the special MMR app or WMMR.com, or the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And each MMR winner gets a pair of MM barbecue tickets as well. Winners will get a call from our company, Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and Preston Steve's 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So again, that contest keyword is savings. Make sure you enter that now. We're going to take a look at traffic, see what's going on, Kath. What's up?
We have this accident on 95 in northbound at Curlin Street, so it is jammed. They had the roadway shut down for a while. They were able to reopen some of the lanes. The two right lanes are closed, so you're pretty much stopped between Neiman's Road.
What happened?
You're pretty much stopped between Neiman's Road and Curlin Street, but at least you can pass by it. If you are stuck in that traffic, it is going to move very slowly. Two right lanes are blocked. South on 95, jams from Cotman into the Vine and then Ridley Park to the Commodore Barry Bridge. And then if you're coming over the Commodore Barry Bridge westbound, you're jammed the mid-span to 95 because of that accident. Schuylkill eastbound, your normal delay, 202 into Belmont, and then the Boulevard to University. Westbound, Bear Avenue to Girard, the Boulevard to Gladwin, and then again at the Blue Route. Blue Route southbound jams the mid-county tolls to the Schuylkill, and then from the Media Bypass to 95. Northbound from Baltimore Pike to the Media Bypass. In New Jersey, 295 northbound at 42. We've got the right lane blocked with an accident. Southbound on 295 at 30, the right lane blocked with an accident. This traffic report brought to you by Share a Ride Ride Match Program. Summer's approaching, bringing more air quality alert days. Now's the time to leave your car at home whenever you can. To find carpool, transit, and other options, go to pacarpool.org. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by the Bagster.
Yeah!
Buy yours now at any home improvement store. Just $29.99. You fill it up. They pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster, dumpster in a bag. Buy, fill, gone. All right, I got back-to-back stories that have to do with a particular type of animal. The first one is in Florida. Kristen Savage says that she was walking her dog Friday night when she came face to face with a black bear.
Bear population down there.
She was almost back at her home when the bear approached her. She said, I heard a bird. I was looking for a bird in a tree. And then I saw a black thing come at my leg. And I thought it was an off-leash dog at first.
Jeez.
And then I realized it was a giant head. Savage said the bear went after her dog, Ringo, a 13-pound Chihuahua mix.
That's right.
She said, I just pulled him away. And eventually, I had him hanging in the air, dangling from his leash. I had him up in the air like this, and she would chase him, and I was spinning in a circle. I spun around so many times, I fell, and that's when I got my leg cut up pretty good.
Where's the Scientology Center?
She said, thankfully, Ringo is okay. The whole encounter was over within a few minutes after Savage said that she tossed a bag of cookies she was holding in an effort to scare the bear away.
Smart move. I'm stunned by, first off, that I really didn't realize that there was a significant black bear population in Florida, and the stories you've had recently of them really in very residential areas.
Yeah, she said, my mom, she lives down the street, and she had just stopped and handed me a bag of cookies for my kids. And when I remembered I had them in my hand, I took the bag, I whacked the bear across the face with it, and then I threw it. And she came forward, and then she sniffed, and she put her head down and sniffed the cookies, and that's when we ran for the front door. The doorbell security camera captured the moment that she ran, and Ringo ran inside to safety. Her next-door neighbor's own cameras showed the bear walking away shortly after. Florida Fish and Wildlife was called out to the neighborhood and confirmed a bear and its cubs nearby. They left the area. They have not been reported to wildlife officers since.
It's crazy.
All right, and then in another part of the world, it was almost like a scene out of a movie as a man dropped everything and jumped onto a snowmobile to escape a charging polar bear in Norway. Yeah, much more dangerous.
By the way, polar bears, I think, are one of the only 2 or 3 animals in the world that consider humans prey.
Dramatic video footage captured by Rebecca Bach, who was staying at a hotel in the Arctic town of Pyramiden. This is in Norway. For a ski expedition, shows the man firing a gun at the polar bear. In response, the animal charges at him, prompting him to drop his rifle and run. The man then jumps onto the snowmobile and takes off. I mean, like, he barely made it, dude. The bear continued to chase after him, eventually giving up and sitting down. Bach said that she was terrified for the man as she watched the incident, which occurred around midnight on April 27th, unfold in front of her. She said it was a huge relief to see him escape. I wish that he had backup, but thank goodness he left his snowmobile running and pointed in the right direction.
Did you see the footage of the guy who was going down one of those trail runs? You go down, it's basically like, Kathy, like the thing you did out in Western PA, where you're kind of like on train tracks.
Oh, yeah.
And you're moving along.
Yeah.
So he's going down this, Preston. He's going through a very tree-lined part of the run. There's a mother bear and cubs walking along the side.
Oh, my God.
At the point he hits that area, the thing starts to slow down.
Oh.
And he's like traveling alongside, like, holy hell.
Wow.
Get out of here.
So she believes the guy worked for the hotel and he was trying to scare the carnivore away with a flare gun, but the gun unfortunately went off behind the bear, driving him in the wrong direction. The man later got into a pickup truck for more protection while the polar bear went under the hotel, which is on stilts. He didn't leave until he ate all the snacks that he got from one of the snowmobiles, even though the hotel employees kept trying to scare him away with using truck horns. Not immediately known if the man in the encounter was a tourist or a local, but what happened to him or the polar bear afterward. But that's scary, man.
Was confirmed that he crapped his pants.
Okay.
A woman on a solo vacation in Japan was horrified to find a man hiding under her hotel bed.
Oh.
Natalisi Taksisi.
How you doing?
Said that she booked the trip because she thought Japan was a very safe country, but despite this, intruder was able to gain access to her room. Even more sinister, authorities found a power bank and USB cable under the bed.
Whoa.
And she says she hasn't been offered any compensation from the hotel after the experience.
He was just kind of hanging out down under there.
On the
Or
second,
she had a bag of cookies.
On the second day of her trip, she returned to her hotel after a day of sightseeing, and she said, I came back around 7:30, unlocked my room as usual, took off my clothes and lay down on the bed. And then I noticed a weird smell.
Oh, no.
At first, I thought it was coming from my hair or the bed sheets, but then I realized that it was coming from under the bed. And when I leaned over to check, I saw a pair of eyes staring at me.
And that's right out of every horror movie.
Saw a man under my bed, and I started to scream and jump to my feet. The man climbed out from under the bed and stared at me for 3 seconds. And those seconds felt like my life was over. Natalisi immediately called for help. And hotel staff called the police, but she says hotel staff told her that it would be a struggle to identify him as there were no cameras inside the building. Despite moving to a new hotel that same night, she remained constantly on edge throughout the rest of her trip.
This is a hotel without security cameras?
Yeah. So she said, I couldn't sleep and I was constantly on edge checking every corner of my room. And they apparently haven't compensated her in any way either. So, wow, that's messed up. All right, we'll do one last story. Steve, I immediately thought of Blazing Saddles when I read this one. A crash on Tuesday morning in Texas left millions of dimes scattered across the highway in Wise County and closed down southbound lanes of US 287 for most of the day. The driver of an 18-wheeler hauling freshly minted dimes veered off the roadway, overcorrecting and overturned. The driver and a passenger were transported for treatment of non-life-threatening injuries. And a trooper said that there were 8 million dimes on the truck.
Must have been near the Lepetamine Thruway.
Must have been. Crews using vacuums to suck up the loose change from the muddy ditch were observed. The road was closed as the coin collection continues. No estimate on when it will reopen. But street sweepers were also used to collect the shiny new dimes on the road. They said about $80,000 worth of dimes were found on the highway, but it had 8 million dimes in it.
Since they're doing away with pennies, how long do you think it is before we are kind of doing away with all coins?
Coinless?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe keeping quarters around. I went to go take a shower last night, and a dime fell off of my body, and I don't know how and where it ended up stuck on me. I had dimes in my pockets when I went and laid down to take a nap yesterday, and apparently one of them fell out of my pocket. It just was stuck itself like my back, my haunch, my lower back on the left hand side.
Stuck on it?
Yeah, yes. And so Preston, I was just washing my back, and a freaking dime falls off. Yeah, I'm like, oh, I wonder how long that's been there. I guess a few hours.
Yeah, they can stick for a while. Yeah.
That's funny.
I just felt like such a boob.
Wow. All righty, that's your B file, and we need to take a break, but not before I remind you what the contest keyword is for Preston and Steve's 20 Money. It is savings, SAVINGS. You have until 25 after the hour, so roughly 10 minutes. Make sure that you enter that right now through WMMR.com, through the MMR app, or by texting it to 45911. We're going to take a quick break, come back in a moment. Guests and more to talk about. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
And I was friends with Randy up the block. His entire living room everything was sealed, hermetically sealed in plastic. But I never asked the question, is the end result just to preserve the looks of the furniture?
I think it is.
But I mean, was there ever a hybrid where you could take them off if you wanted to sit on them? It seemed like going against purposes to sit on cold plastic.
Yeah, I don't know. But it was maybe for a formal event. Like
Possibly.
they would unzip the plastic and let you know, if they were going to have several people in the parlor or whatever it is. Kathy, I remember, because you were the one that brought it up, I remember some friends who not only had the plastic on their furniture, but they had a runner.
Oh,
yes.
Plastic covers.
Yes.
I've never seen anything like that.
Oh my God. So that wasn't my grandparents' house. My grandparents didn't have the plastic covered furniture. It was my piano teacher. And everything in the room where I guess she would have her clients come and she would teach piano, everything was covered in plastic. And the runner went from the front door and you had to walk on it
into the kitchen?
Into the living room. And then you had to walk through the living room to the piano. There was another runner. Like, she basically didn't want anyone's dirt anywhere in her house.
And the runner was plastic covered.
Plastic.
Yep.
Wow.
So we actually did not have any of our furniture covered in the plastic, but we did have a runner that came from the front door to the kitchen, to the tiled kitchen floor, and that was, you had to stay on that. That was the thing. So
was it plastic?
It was plastic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to things you find at your grandmother's house, or maybe stuff that you played with at your grandparents' house as well. I'm going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Okay.
Joe, you're on the air, buddy. What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's going on, my man?
Hey, thank you for having me on. It's the first time I ever called you. Listen, I'll try to preface this really quick.
All right.
My mom was 36 when she had me.
Okay.
And we ended up living with my grandparents, so they were much older.
Okay.
And they were from Italy. And so they made and did everything. They even dug out their own basement. It's really wild.
Wow.
But what I remember most from my grandfather is he had an old-time cigarette rolling machine, which looked like two little horses, like a construction horse, with a piece of cloth that looped between, and you would put the paper in there, and he would put his tobacco in there, and you would spin the paper inside the cloth, and that would roll the cigarettes up.
That sounds pretty cool.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
That sounds pretty cool. I mean, it seems like a very old world way of rolling a cigarette.
Yes, it was really neat. I mean, the whole entire house, everything, you could eat off the whole entire yard. I'm serious. When they went to the store, the only thing they would buy is milk and meat, and that was it.
Milk and meat.
Yeah, they made, canned, pickle, did everything.
Wow.
So it was just a
Joe, did your grandfather teach you how to roll cigarettes?
Well, yes, he did. And as a cause of that, I ended up doing that an awful lot when I was in high school.
I bet.
But he ended up. Do you remember the old credit card machines where you used to slide?
Yeah.
They had a cigarette rolling machine that was like that. It was like the new one.
Like one motion across and it would roll it?
Yes, and
Okay.
would roll it out perfect.
I remember that unit. I remember they used to sell those in magazines. You'd see it in Preston. They'd be like in the back of like a Nash Lampoon. So it wasn't necessarily for tobacco, but yeah, it was a popular item. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, isn't it? It's really the things you remember, from when you're young. It's
Yeah. And what you had to do to entertain yourself. By the way, thank you, Joe. I appreciate the call. I had at my parents' house. My grandfather had a substantial. He was a carpenter.
Yeah.
So it was what he did on the side. So he had all kinds of tools and stuff back then. And I remember for a while, and I might have been like 10 years old. I started playing with his jigsaw. Just finding pieces of wood and cutting it and just doing whatever. And I would play with that. That was
kill
my
some time.
toy. Yeah. But you had to find things to entertain yourself with. If there wasn't something on television, like I said, this was obviously pre-phones and actually a lot of pre-video game days. You just had to kind of root around and see what you could find to entertain yourself for a little bit.
The houses weren't set up for kids.
Yeah.
It was set up, you had the big clump of butterscotch by the front door, and there were the standards meant for very old people.
Or the strawberry candies. I remember just grabbing the snuffer, the candle snuffer, and walking around the house and putting out fake candles.
Right.
Like they weren't lit, but I would still put it out.
Yep. Here's a couple other things from this list, which are things you always find at your grandmother's house. An old coffee percolator that she only ever used for parties. Her recipe card library sat on the kitchen counter.
Oh, man. My Aunt Mary has one. Aunt Mary's still alive. I think she's 90 now. She lives in Willow Grove, and Preston has an entire dresser drawer filled with recipe cards.
All right.
And at this point in our family, it's kind of like gold. Like, it's stuff that she's been making for decades and decades and decades. I'd love to get my hand on them.
For Christmas a few years ago, my uncle copied my grandmother's recipes and laminated them and gave them to
what a great idea. That's good.
bunches. But then I saw one recently where you can somebody put it on a cutting board. So they had it
that's a great idea.
into a cutting board.
I
Isn't that
love
really
that.
sweet?
I like that.
My grandmother had given the family a book of her favorite sex positions. And it was really...
That's nice.
It was so nice. That's the way Gum Gum used to do it. Oh, my
She modeled the photos in there?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Here's another one. A bowl of nuts that seemed to always have been the exact same ones, and you wondered if anyone ever ate them.
Yeah.
So there'd be like walnuts and Brazilian nuts and,
macadamia
pecans, nuts and all that stuff in there. No, I remember with nutcrackers. With
yes.
in there. Yeah.
Oh, there were nutcrackers at my grandmother's house, absolutely.
My dad would eat them. It didn't matter how long they'd been there.
And he wouldn't even use a nutcracker, just bite into them.
Yeah.
Let's see. I will go to Jamie. Hey, Jamie, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Jamie?
So my grandfather's favorite candy was a Fifth Avenue bar, and he used to keep a bowl of them in a china cabinet that had sliding glass doors. And it was nearly impossible to get those doors open without anyone realizing or hearing the glass doors clanging together, So I can remember standing there for 40 minutes, just trying to get one little Fifth Avenue bar out of the cabinet. But fast forward to my adulthood. I mean, my grandparents died when I was younger, but took my kids to the Ocean City Boardwalk. And, I had toddlers at the time, but let them go into the candy store, and there's everything under the rainbow there in the candy store. All the colorful lollipops, and they could pick anything. And my 2-year-old picked up a Fifth Avenue bar. And, they don't have very fancy wrappers, just the plain brown wrapper. But that was what he chose in the candy store. And it felt like my grandfather was there.
Oh, that's great.
My kids. He could have had anything, and he chose the Fifth Avenue bar.
I like that. Nice. All right. Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Here's one that I remember doing when you were looking for things to do. At the parents' house, I'm going to go to EJ. Hi, EJ. Good morning.
Hey, guys.
Hey, what's up?
So actually, this is going all the way back to my great-grandmothers who had a row home in Kensington.
Okay.
And so her stairs were just at the right angle, and they were carpeted. So we would actually go, and it was always Sunday dinner. So actually, I had the cousins to play with, and we would go up to the top and actually slide down the stairs.
Yeah, you could on your butt. Yeah, you could slide all the way down the stairs.
Yeah, if you lifted your feet up a little bit and straightened your feet up, and you could just all the way down. Hours and hours and hours. But
I used to love doing that.
Yeah, but you reminded me. Actually, my grandfather had a woodworking shop in his basement. So when we would go over there, it was like Tool Central.
It's amazing house, and you'd be unattended. Yeah, go to I have a table saw in the basement. Go down and play with that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
All right, thanks, EJ. I appreciate it. Yeah, I would go through. God, man, I was a nosy kid. I remember going through the bathroom at my paternal grandmother's house, and just going into their closet where all this stuff was, and they just had, like 10 bars of soap in there for whatever reason, and extra things, and I would just. I told you when my dad would take me to, to his work for whatever reason, I'd spend the entire time in the supply closet. That was just fun for me.
Look at this.
Look at these staples.
Like tons of staples.
Or the staple remover.
Oh, yeah, you could put
They're
a finger on it.
Yeah. They were like, you pretend it was a mouth or whatever, a little monster.
A little barracuda.
You can find stuff to play with.
Paperclip jewelry.
You do that too? Yeah, absolutely. Let me go to Terry. Hey, Terry, good morning. Hi, Terry. I'm sorry. There it is. What's up, Terry?
There we go. Hey, good morning. My grandparents had a corner store in their basement.
Okay.
And we could go down there and get anything we wanted.
What do you mean by a corner store? They did that like they were literally selling things, or you're just referring to it as a corner store?
No, they literally owned a corner store. The little Dagobah that you.
So they lived above it.
They lived above it, and they owned it, and they
lived on Dagobah
out of their home.
They were living where Yoda lives.
Bodega.
You said Dagobah.
I know, Dagobah, which is Yoda's home.
This is a story.
And we could literally go down there and get, candy and toys.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Deli meats right off the slicer.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
The lightsabers.
Learn the Force.
Like your liver wish you do.
They had all of that stuff.
Yeah.
I love that, man.
He missed this entirely.
Yeah. No, he's just smart, and he's just going forward.
He's not that smart.
Sorry.
He lived on Dagobah.
I got it. I'm a Star Wars fan, too.
See?
To have a store like that in your basement would have been like heaven. That's awesome.
So, Terry, did they allow you to go down and just take the stuff you wanted, and they'd take it out in inventory later on?
Yeah. The only thing we couldn't do is we couldn't actually slice the meats on the slices.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense, Terry. You stay away from the deli cutter.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. But everything else would be great.
All right, thanks, Terry.
But everything else, they even let us ring up people on the register.
I was wondering if they would let you guys do that.
Ring up customers, you will.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right, thanks,
Love
man.
it, man.
Appreciate it. Hang on. All right, sometimes you find something you don't want to find. I'm going to go to Gary. Hey, Gary, good morning.
Well, I had a feeling.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. I just last week finished up the HBO series John Adams. And Nick, it came out like 10 years ago or something like that.
Like 20.
Was it that long?
Yeah, like 2008, 2009, yeah.
Wow. So I watched it while I was exercising. Really, really enjoyed it. And one of the things that they spent a lot of time on is the city of Philadelphia and the signing of Declaration of Independence. We have the celebration of that anniversary, the 250th anniversary next year. And this fine city of ours is getting ready for that already. And so we are going to talk a little bit about how you can be a part of this as well. We have joining us this morning the president and CEO of the Philadelphia Visitors Center Corporation, Catherine Ott Lovell.
Hey, guys.
How you doing, Catherine? Good to see you again.
Good to see you guys.
We saw you at the Camp Out for Hunger.
Yep,
and
thank you so much.
the Rocky Run and all that good stuff.
Yep.
We had fun. But you are essentially, like I said, getting ready for the 250th anniversary of our country and are recruiting citizens of Philadelphia for that event, right?
Yeah, and beyond. And beyond. Yeah, we are just want to boost civic pride in the city so that we're ready for when these hundreds of thousands of folks come to Philly to experience all that we have to offer in 2026. But we want it to continue long beyond 2026 as well.
I love that. The whole idea. Yes, there's going to be a lot of big things coming to the area, and we want to show off our best.
Exactly.
Yep.
We got to greet visitors. We got to make them want to come. We want them to stay longer, have a great time while they're here, spread the word about how amazing Philly and Philadelphians are.
All right, so you are recruiting people to be Fambassadors.
Ambassadors.
And I'm proud to say that me and Steve are two of the first ones.
You might have been the original.
We
You're
were
like the OG.
OGs.
You might be why we invented it.
How about that?
You might be you guys.
No, we were part of a video campaign that's taking place, and you guys reached out, and I was like, absolutely, we'll do that. And so you filmed this video that's kicking off the campaign, and more people are going to be added to this.
That's right.
So local notables and citizens, just everyday people as well on board. I mean, we're everyday people.
We're everyday people. It's Common Clay, Preston, morons. Patty Jackson in as well.
Yeah.
Yes, love to see her. We adore her, and other notables as well. So it's a wonderful little way to make the affirmation that we are committed to getting the word out.
That's right. And honestly, all you have to do to join is sign the pledge. There's a Fambassador pledge. You basically pledge your return on undying love for Philadelphia. That's all. That's it.
That's all.
Not in blood, just online. And then once we have your pledge, then we're going to loop you into a really fun network. We're going to send you lots of good news. We hear so much bad news, you guys, plenty of bad news. We want to spread the great news, the positivity about Philadelphia. We want people to have a vehicle to show their passion and their pride for Philly. And whether they live here or not, right? You can live here, you can live in the burbs, you can live in Guam for all we care. If you love Philly, you can be a Fambassador. And then we're going to have this amazing Fam Camp, which is going to be a boot camp to make sure everybody is educated about all the amazing things happening in Philly, the history of Philly. So it's going to be fun, interactive, social, and just a great way to show your Philly pride.
Awesome.
So let's talk about 2026. We get the Major League Baseball All-Star Game.
Yep.
We get the World Cup.
Yep.
PGA Championship.
Yep.
250th anniversary of the country.
Yep.
What am I missing?
Rocky Fest.
Rocky Fest.
Guys, come on. 50th anniversary of Rocky.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh,
all
my
in
goodness.
2026. And I mean, a million other things, guys. Every museum, every cultural institution is going to have a special exhibit in 2026. It is going to be something literally every week. Everything is going to be 2026ified.
So listen, you're bringing in, we went through, obviously the lockdowns and all that stuff a few years ago and so on and so forth, and businesses lost and foot traffic diminished. Here's our chance to reset everything and then go past that. So how much, the amount of business, let's talk about business that's coming into the area is phenomenal. And we want to make sure we get all of that and interest people in starting businesses in Philadelphia.
100%.
And so that's also part of it, because with that comes employment, and the tide raises all ships.
Exactly. It's about economic development. It's about community development. We like to think of 2026 not as that landing pad, right, that we're all shooting for, but the launching pad, right?
Right.
This is an opportunity for us to put, to build our global profile as a city, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, Steve, do you remember, you and I are old enough to remember
Absolutely.
1976.
Preston, I remember 1776.
I'm sure you do. But no, do you remember, I remember even as a kid, I was probably in like kindergarten or first grade or something like that. But I remember the spotlight, a lot of it being on this city, being on Philadelphia.
Huge. So that, and then I remember all of the celebrations and remember the tall ships?
Yeah.
All of that, and the stuff is being up in New York at the time. But everyone was looking to Philly.
I think the Liberty Bell was on a train tour and all kinds of things like that.
Yeah.
Took place. So
and the Statue of Liberty was touring with Aerosmith.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It was an earlier time.
It was an early.
Yeah.
She was younger, able to be moved.
She was hiking up her skirt a bunch.
So what do you want from people, Catherine? How do we get on board? How do we sign the pledge? All of that.
Yeah,
stuff.
you go to fanambassador.com and you sign the pledge, and then you're in the loop. You're in the loop.
All right.
You're going to get lots of information from us, and we want people to wear their pride, like wear their Philly swag.
So sometimes you hear the word fan, PHAN, fan. It's not that, it's fam, as in the word ambassador with a PH on the front of it. So fanambassadors.
Fanambassador.com.
And you can sign the pledge, be a part of this, and will you guys send out emails, alerts, and so on to people about events that are coming up?
Yeah,
Cool.
you can be as involved as you want to be, right? Okay. As engaged as you want to be. It's a continuum of engagement. No barrier to entry. It's free.
It's a social thing, too.
It's a social thing. Yeah, recruit your friends. Like, it's a little bit like an MLM scheme.
Listen.
Once you get in, we're going to get you to recruit more people.
And before you know it, you're going to be selling some sort of
face
fitness
creams.
product.
No, not at all. You're selling Philly.
Absolutely. By the way, the crew that you sent over to get the video of us, the people who trained Coco the gorilla to talk had an easier time with us.
No, you guys were amazing. You guys were exactly the voices that we need on this because you bleed Philly. That's what we want, and we want people who just are looking for a way to show their pride for Philly.
And we're both transplants, and we've
That's right.
both embraced the area. I mean, I love this city. I love Pennsylvania. I love the whole experience has been amazing, and it's always, to me, it always feels like the greatest story that has yet to be fully told.
Steve, you wrote the state song.
I did.
Out loud.
Pennsylvania.
We
have mountains, but we don't have the sea.
Pennsylvania.
That's right.
Wow, I'm surprised that didn't stick.
Well, we have it. We'll have a copy for you. Yeah.
Thank you. I will listen to it at night.
Over the sea.
But guys, if we do this program right, of course it's going to increase tourism. But if we do this right, I really do believe it can be a great tool for civic engagement. I think if people have more pride in their city, maybe they're going to become a block captain. Maybe they're going to, and get involved in a nonprofit, get involved in their school, and maybe they'll vote. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
The sky's the limit for the potential this program has to get people engaged in their city.
And Catherine, you guys have some great merch. Thank you for my Join the Fam fanny pack that you gave
You're
me.
very welcome. You totally. Oh my gosh!
I'm
wow.
gonna put it on.
I mean,
I haven't. Let's see. Are these coming back into fashion?
They're so back.
Okay.
I mean, now that you're wearing it,
you can actually wear it as a crossbody as well. You don't have to wear it as a fanny pack either.
Yo, that's right. It's if you're hip, you wear it like a
crossbody.
A crossbody.
Is fanny pack spelled with a PH?
Oh, of course it is.
All right.
It is now, forever.
No, I want to wear it as a fanny pack.
All right.
Like Dwayne Johnson did, right? And then the classic shot of him with his fanny pack and his gold chain.
Hang on. There we go. Got it.
Oh,
hey, look
there
at
you
this
go.
guy.
I could put my highlighters in there.
Everything. Just put it all in there.
Look, Preston.
Bagels. Give me stuff.
Preston,
succulent.
you have it as a fanny pack. This is how I wear it, like as crossbody. This is what Casey was talking about.
Okay. You prefer to wear it that way?
Yeah, whatever.
It's
You
less
wear
nerdy.
both.
Like a Merce.
I like this.
That's nice.
I look like that though.
Is this on camera? You guys getting this?
It's nice.
Join the Fam is really appropriately placed there too.
Yeah, because that's where the
it's
family
good.
starts.
I really like it. It looks
the
great.
jewels are. The
Yeah, right
family
over your
jewels.
genitals.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, I'm
Or
taking this off.
fanitals, I should say.
My fanitals?
No, family jewels with a PH.
Yes.
Yeah.
There it is.
It works.
Sells itself. All right, excellent. So get on board, fanambassador.com, and join the family. Be a part of this. Catherine, anything else you want to mention?
No,
Or
you
good?
guys are awesome. I love
No,
you.
you
Thank
are.
Thank you for being here. Catherine Ott Lovell, Philadelphia Visitor Center, and the Fambassadors. Oh, no way. Hang on.
Oh, wait. Catherine, put your headphones back on.
Yeah, you got here. Steve wrote this, by the way, the lyrics.
Keystone states near far, the lightning bug lights away Pennsylvania. O'er the mountains and o'er the sea, we have the mountains but we don't have the sea. but we're only an hours away. 45 minutes unless you bet on the Garden State Parkway. And you're gonna add an hour, but it's not our state. I'm wasting time, it's like I'm going to... I can't say that. Ballparks, we have them, come here and see. Baseball for her, baseball for me. Concert venues, we've got a few of those. Our women like to wear pantyhose. Pennsylvania.
It's a long one.
Or the land or the sea.
There's a minute left on it.
But we don't have the sea. Chester, the 5th largest city in Pennsylvania. Look at it from afar. Take a drive through Chester, but drive real fast. Make sure you don't run out of gas. Your car will be stripped and you'll be set on fire. Listen to the sound of the burning tires.
The burning tires.
Ah, it's beautiful.
That was my favorite. Okay.
Oh, wow. Come on. All right.
Or the land and or the sea. We've got the land and we don't have the sea.
That is
Gadzooks.
that is from listener Kelly.
She's great.
Who did that for us. Steven rattled off the lyrics one morning, and then she wrote the...
You may not realize this, but that was totally off the top of my head. I didn't spend hours writing that.
No,
Yeah.
wow. I wouldn't say it's the exact message we want to send, but the melody.
There you go.
We
Yes.
can get on board with the tune. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
She's so
Catherine.
positive.
Well, actually, real quick, and I don't know where we're going to go in this particular segment, but Casey had a lovely Pennsylvania video that he sent us yesterday. To be more specific, Delaware County.
Yes.
And you got this through...
Oh, God, it was like all over the place. I saw it on Reddit. I saw it on Facebook.
I saw it pop up on X immediately.
Yeah, I immediately, like the first place I saw it, the guys from Delco Live.
Yeah, that was it.
They had posted it on their Instagram page.
And apparently there was a road rage incident. A woman got angry. She got out of her car. She goes over to the other car, drops her pants, and she had full-blown diarrhea all over the front of the car. You didn't see the video?
No,
Like
I
a
didn't see
full
it.
slick.
So I don't know if I believe it or not.
I know because, Kath, she bends down, she dumps onto the car, and then she
Here.
just pulls her shorts up and get, like, doesn't
Well,
wipe,
hold
doesn't
on.
do anything.
Say, Kat, there you go. Did you see the brown stain on the hood of the car?
Oh, so I do.
Like a little
I do
puddle?
see it. So it was someone else's car. She was mad maybe at them. Is that?
Yeah. So there's the honking you can hear in the background. So there's people yelling. So apparently she got out and she crapped on the person's car. I don't know if this is legitimately in Pennsylvania or Delaware County.
Pennsylvania.
Well, they're saying it's Delco. I mean, maybe Prospect Park, really close to Ridley. Yeah, it's like Leadham Prospect Park area. So people that know this area know exactly where this is.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Where was this posted, Casey? Where did you see it?
I saw it on Delco Live's Instagram page.
Right. So don't they verify that it is actually Delco before they post or no?
Yeah, probably.
It looks Delco-ish. It is.
She's crapping on a car.
The timing is a little. I mean, again, it's hard to tell these days.
Number one, it's very liquid looking. Number two, she walks over effortlessly.
Yeah.
And she doesn't pull her pants down. I think she just pulls them to the side.
Well, and what is she?
And leaves
that's-
a puddle.
That's what I'm wondering. What is she wearing that she can do that so easily? You're right. She's not pulling her pants down.
Yeah,
Are they
maybe some
shorts?
thin
What is it?
shorts. Yeah, it looks like.
It looks like a diaper.
Yeah, I don't know, but if she did,
Yeah. Amazing.
Welcome to Delco.
Wow.
that's
You know what she
I
is?
mean, just out of the impressive ability to do that at the moment when you need to do
See,
it.
I'm going to
That's
say.
a fan ambassador.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
going to say she might need therapy.
Well, probably, but it's
okay.
still impressive.
At least, some Imodium, at least.
I mean, you guys can applaud her. I'll get her resources.
I don't know if I could do that on demand. Again, we don't know if this was orchestrated or whatever. It looks kind of slapped enough that it's, or at least dinged up enough that it could be real. But I don't think even maybe at a phase 6 I could pull that off.
I can't even fart on demand. Like if I had to scare one up, for a special moment, I couldn't.
So you've never been able to like fart in somebody's backswing on the golf course?
Only if just bizarrely if timing worked out properly. You've done that before, right?
Yeah, maybe, probably.
Yeah.
To Preston?
Yeah. Oh, no. I would never F with his backswing. No.
One time, though, I did pee while Casey was swinging. Okay, I'll tell the story.
All right, this is hilarious. It's so wrong.
We were playing, it was pouring rain, and we were playing, it was right before Keenan's. It was the day before Keenan's. And we were playing this golf course in New Jersey, and I had to pee. And on a golf course, there was nobody out. You can pretty much pee wherever you want to. But there was literally no one playing golf but us. I mean, it was a downpour. And I was playing decent, so we kept going. And Casey's at the tee box. He's hitting, so I'm standing kind of behind him. And I was going to pull a prank on him. And after he hit the ball, I had already taken my unit out.
Yeah.
And as he started his backswing, I started peeing. And he hits the ball, and I go, oh my God. I'm gonna, and he turns around, and there's a stream coming from my unit, and it confused him.
Yeah.
You didn't know what you were seeing.
I'll never forget it, though.
So hold on.
We're good friends like that.
Let me get this straight.
Yeah.
He can do that to you, but you can't do that to him.
Yeah, but he takes his game away. Like he
Well,
takes
he had
his
already
game more
swung.
seriously. Listen, Kathy, I learned the hard way that you don't F with him in his backswing or if he's, let's say, about to go bowling and he's about to throw the ball.
That was an argument for years.
It was.
He's still mad.
Well, because we had a bet. And he purposely had broken decorum.
What do they call that in basketball? Is that the psych out?
Yeah. Something like
I was
that.
trying to do the psych out.
And as I'm going to roll the ball, he said, "Good luck."
Like
which
Bill
is
Murray.
from Kingpin.
Yeah.
And I lost.
And it took 10 years to get over it.
It was a not cool move.
It's still to
Wait a
this day.
second, though.
No,
To understand this, you had followed through and had made contact with the ball when you were apprised of it. It wasn't like
He wasn't trying to F me up.
Right.
He was trying to make me laugh. And, and you
it was
did.
after.
Yeah.
After he,
I specifically was trying to mess him up because, Kathy, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, anyhow, if this is legit, that's super impressive.
So I have lots of Delco brothers, and my Ridley brother John. He says they're saying now that it was staged.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be suspect of everything. Still, pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I also I'm more interested in her and who she is, even if it was staged. You're going to say, "Oh yes, I'm in on this."
Well, wait a second. As we're looking at the footage, it looks like she's wearing a diaper.
Right? Doesn't it? When she walks away, it looks like she has a diaper on.
It just looks like a white pair of short shorts.
But look how high up there. Also, it's not that weather yet. You know what I mean?
It's not pooping weather.
It's not
pooping weather. Hood pooping weather.
Kathy, it's 77 degrees today. It is. It is totally pooping on cars weather.
You know what? Here, wait. Take it back a little bit. Scroll back a little bit. My question is, there's not. I'd like to see a little bit more drippiness, if I may. I think that would be. That would
you're
sell it
looking
better.
at the hood of the car. I was looking at her pants.
Maybe if it's a setup, she may have just had. She may just I don't see anything on the back of her pants. I was going to say maybe there's some kind of stain on her pants, and she sits down and it transfers to the car. I don't really know. There could be more breakdown of this than the Zapruder film, Steve.
Or the 100 guys fighting a gorilla.
Yeah.
I'll say this, is that we live in that kind of day and age, sadly, where we can't trust our pooping on the hood videos.
Yeah. There was a time
where it was Bible.
You would absolutely have the
Jebediah.
trust. Yeah.
What? This woman has crapped all over my horse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you'd believe it because you knew it was the truth.
You could always trust somebody to poop on the hood of a car. Always. And now?
Now you don't even.
See, I thought my thing.
AI and all, you know.
I ran up on the hood of a car, but I'm a piker compared to this.
Yeah.
That's right.
I had a
On
road rage incident.
Your hood days.
Yes, my hood days are over now.
I know, good.
Yes, queen.
But what's the likelihood that the number one, there's a road rage thing going on. She's like, hey, I have diarrhea.
Yeah,
I'm going to use this. I just don't believe it.
I'll say also one other thing, too, to support you is that I rarely see road rage incidents on suburban side streets like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
what
know?
were they raging about?
Yeah.
were
This is
forward
too
stuff.
rural.
Parking spot, maybe?
No, because she was just at
Looked
a
like there was
stop sign.
ample parking.
Yeah.
No cars on the streets.
Yeah, they were driving. Okay.
All right, well.
Anyway.
We may never know.
We may come back to this later.
I don't know. Can I point out another video thing? I know that there was a really cool viral moment that happened at the Phillies game last night. This kid named Preston.
2 nights ago.
It was 2 nights ago?
Yeah.
Okay. This kid named Preston was at the ball game, and Alvarez was pitching, right? Alvarado, I'm sorry.
Yep, no, yeah, and he was super fired
I'm thinking
up
of
by
Suarez.
Yeah.
And he is mimicking Alvarado as he's pitching. He's holding the glove up, and he's doing it with him at the same amount of time. And it was caught on video by the television cameras.
Yeah, NBC Sports was airing the kid more than once, and Jose actually had loaded the bases, and then he struck out the side to get out of the inning. So everybody in the audience was fired up, but NBC Sports found this kid in the audience, and it was really cool and fun to watch.
He's just sweet. And apparently you read about him, and he's kind of introverted, but he's just latched on to the game. He's actually in the zone, and it caught everyone's attention, and that's, well, when you get wrapped up, that's what that kid is.
And I think his grandfather was saying, like, he was doing that with every pitch, like for the entire game.
I mean, I've done it.
Not just Alvarado. Me too.
I've absolutely.
That's what I was saying. That's why I was actually kind of a little bit surprised that it went viral. Because I'm like, I used to do that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, like mimic the pitcher and do it at the exact same time, or the batter. But they just happened to grab him on camera, and now he's kind of basking in this, and they're having a lot of fun. with it.
Now he says he's now a good luck charm. That's the perception.
Oh, well, I agree, Steve. They probably should give him tickets to more games.
I believe that's exactly what they're doing.
Good.
Yeah, they're setting him up. It was. I sent the article to you guys about it, but yeah, he. They're giving him some. I'm sure the considerations are going to continue to come.
Alvarado says he wants to meet him.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. Good.
Alvarado, by the way, is supposed to be a great guy.
Really?
And there was an article about him last week or maybe the week before, but he drinks 5 or 6 shots of espresso before every game, before he gets to the ballpark. And then
I bet he could crap on the hood of a car.
Probably. And then when he gets to the ballpark, 4 or 5 more. So before he even makes it to the bullpen, or maybe when he's out in the bullpen, he's had maybe 10, perhaps a dozen shots of espresso.
No wonder he can throw a 98-mile-an-hour pitch.
He could probably lob a 90-mile-an-hour pitch.
I love that the player has seen this or whoever, someone in the Phillies organization, and has gone to him and he wants to meet the kid. You guys remember when my nephew went viral at the Eagles game?
Yep.
The players nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing at all. And
Eagles,
I mean,
come on, Eagles.
and they used it. They used it all this season too. Every win, the video would get posted if they won a game. But yeah, so I love this. I love that the player recognizes it and is going to meet the kid because they deserve it.
There's another thing I want to point out. Nick, was this from the same game?
This was last night.
This is last night.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. So Schwarber hits a home run. And they pan the camera over to Ranger Suarez in the dugout. And I took a quick look at it. I mean, all the focus is on the home run. But I'd asked you guys, because I haven't been paying attention, I'm like, did Ranger Suarez get highlights on his hair? And Casey and Nick were like, yes, absolutely, because those are popping, man.
They're tips.
Yeah, they're like highlight tips.
I haven't seen. I didn't notice.
All right, Steve. So come on over to this.
Go over to Nick's monitor here.
The screen, and so oh shoot,
it's got to repeat. So he hits a home run, and it'll repeat here, and then they go quick to the dugout, and you'll see Ranger. He's smiling, he's happy, and his hair is sticking out. And look at those tips.
Yeah.
Look at those tips.
I think I like it.
Looks like someone just got back from the parlor.
So the question is, Kathy, is that a returning look?
Well, so Jace is maybe with the younger kids. Jace has had that for years. He's over it now. We've grown out of it. But yes, for years, Jace wanted to get the tips.
The frosted tips. I totally did that.
Did you?
In the 80s, I loved it. I thought it was awesome, man. In fact, my best friend Steve, he got a nickname out of it because at some point he got really blonde ones. And at the time, Rocky IV was out.
Yes.
And so
Ivan Drago?
The Webb brothers, Pete and these guys named Webb. Their last name was Webb. They started calling Steve Drago. Yo, Drago, what's up, man?
That's funny. That's funny.
Depending on who did Jace's hair, sometimes it would be lighter, sometimes not as much. It just depended on the stylist. But the one time when he was finished, I was like, "Hey, Guy Fieri, let's take a picture."
Guy was doing
That's
that, man.
awesome.
Yeah.
All right. I don't want to get too far on this because we have somebody via Zoom, Marissa, right now.
Not yet.
No?
Not yet. It's coming. All right, it's coming. I told him to text to get the Zoom link.
Oh,
so
okay.
We'll let you know when he's ready.
I will come back to that. We're going to go back to the pooping thing. In a moment.
Okay.
I'll tell you who we have.
Listen, we're a very fluid show. Literally.
I was curious if the highlights were coming back in. I recently watched the movie Foxcatcher.
Yes,
about
good movie.
John DuPont, and Channing Tatum plays one of the wrestlers. And at some point, as they go through the 1980s, he gets a frosted highlight due, and it looked so out of place because I haven't really seen that look in a while. And I was like, I've forgotten how much it really stands out. So when I saw them pan by Ranger, I'm like, is that new? Is that going on? And so adults maybe are starting.
I never did that. The only time I ever dyed my hair was for that makeover show that we did.
Oh, I remember.
And it was like
it was platinum.
It was platinum blonde.
I thought it looked good.
It was like a Rutger Hauer in Blade Runner. That's what it looked like.
Wait,
I thought so.
What was your hair color naturally?
It would have been like salt and pepper at that point, and then again, if my hair grew in, it'd be Bruce Willis, Die Hard 3.
But like color wise, it was you're a brunette, right?
Yeah,
you're a sexy brunette.
I'm a sexy brunette.
Okay,
I'm flirty and fabulous.
I did. I used to dye my own hair or bleach it from time to time. Listen, I was so restricted as a Catholic school kid, and then my mom was also pretty strict as far as even in the summertime. But like I wasn't allowed to let my hair grow out. I wasn't, the rat tail, the lines in the head. I wasn't allowed any of that stuff.
No ombre?
No ombre. So when I was a big boy, I could make my own choices. I was like, I'm going to do this. And so, I would bleach my hair. You remember I permed my hair. And,
Dude, that bleach, though, that stuff hurts. When I was getting the platinum blonde, the whatever, the lye or whatever they were using.
Yeah,
They don't use lye anymore.
Yeah.
But lies for straightening. But I know what you're talking about. And I eventually had an allergy to
That's right.
dyes, and I can't use them anymore.
You can't use them. Jace never got into the shaving of something into the back of the head, like, the Eagles logo or Phillies or whatever. I always wanted him to do that. And he was like, no, I'm not doing that. But he'd get frosted tips.
Yeah.
Kath, I see some of these like really like tight fades and stuff like that. Like you got to go to like a black barber shop for that stuff.
Well, you
I
remember
love it. But I'm like, I'm 50. It wouldn't look right on me.
Yeah.
Hey,
what,
Dad.
Like like something shaved into
yeah,
your hair?
where like really, really close to like your ear line and stuff. It's basically like shaved bald. And then they get this like really, really tight fade that goes in, to like the tapered dude that I have.
Maintaining that is such a pain in the ass.
yeah.
It's such a pain in the ass.
You have to get like a weekly haircut.
Yeah.
Well, the guy at Gravity Hair Salon, he did the MMR logo when we did Kathy's cuts a few years ago into one of the guys' heads. Yeah.
Casey, you should do a kid and play.
Yeah.
Like with a box top.
We talked about
what that was called, a box top?
Yeah, the box top.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was the look for a while.
Yeah, no, I remember it. I just didn't know that name.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the Eddie in the SNL, the 50th. Eddie
Grimley?
Eddie. I'm having a brain fart, but there was a bizarre haircut. It was like a combination of two 80s haircuts together. It was hilarious.
Wow. All right. Well, apparently Ranger Suarez with the frosted tips and the highlight. All right. So we're waiting on.
Yeah.
And Case, what did you text him or did he text you?
No, he texted me.
Oh.
So Chief Madonna from the Prospect Park Police Department texted me. He says, I hear you guys are talking about the now infamous case. And I said, hey, did it really happen? And then he said it did. And then so I gave him the Zoom link, and he said I can talk about it, but he can't really give any details yet.
That's all right. I assume they're still processing.
I would just like verbal verification.
Yeah.
That was not some AI generated video.
It's pretty wild, man.
I mean, if it's an open investigation, then.
Well, I mean, it's out in the public. There's aspects he'll be able to talk about. He's probably more free to talk about the one gorilla versus 100 men.
We're not going back.
And how that investigation is going.
Oh, we did that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, as did the world, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
But they're calling it a hit and run, but not the word hit.
That's
good.
Fantastic.
I like that.
You just have to add a letter.
Yeah.
Marissa's getting him on now, so it looks like we are going to talk to him. But that is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I am super duper curious as to who these people are, and obviously we're not going to find out that information.
Well, if it's a
Public
if
record?
it's public record, they
Mhm.
can give us the names.
I don't know. All right, Marissa. I don't know.
We're going to go get it.
Okay. Case, a question while we're waiting for the chief to get on board. Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen. We have a new song from
Coming up next.
We're going to play that
When
next.
we get into commercials, when we come out of commercials, at the very end, Kathy's going to do a commercial for DraftKings, and then right after that.
So stay tuned for DraftKings.
Stay tuned for DraftKings.
Please.
Yeah.
And a reminder that Pierre is giving away tickets for the Pierre Presents. Listen to him. Oh, and I do want to remind you that I have a ticket rate for MM Barbecue on Saturday. I'm going to be at Del Chevrolet in Paoli.
Yes.
11 till 1. And if you stop by, we're giving away tickets every 15 minutes. So that is this Saturday. So please come out, say hello. I don't know what they'll have specifically, but a lot of times when I've done appearances there, they have like food trucks and things like that. So maybe that will be a part of it, but I will be there from 11 to 1, Del Chevy in Paoli.
Do you want people to say hello or hello?
Hello. And then there's one on Saturday at the Spread Eagle Tavern in Mount Ephraim. And is it Ephraim or Ephraim? How do you
I always said Ephraim, yeah.
Okay. And that'll be from 6 to 8, and the MM Army is going to be there for that. I can see Marissa's gesturing. I think we had an issue with
I think he's
audio
getting
or
a
something.
sample of the offending poop, Preston.
Oh, is she doing that now?
Putting it into a vial?
Yeah.
Okay.
Marissa's going to bring him up in just a second, and we will...
For the S and run?
I'm turning your microphone on. What is going on, please, if you don't mind?
I think there might be some bad connections out there in Delco. We're trying to connect here.
Okay.
Chief, I'm going to move you into our room so you can talk to the guys.
Okay.
Can
you
hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear him in the other room. Okay. Marissa, bring him on up, and we will welcome him. He is the police chief for Prospect Park, and let me see. Yep. All right, we got him on board. Chief Madonna. Hey, Chief. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you all.
Wonderful. Hey, listen, so when did you first get wind of this story? And when did this occur? I know you can't say too much, but well, in fact, let me reset, Chief, if you don't mind, for those who may be just tuning in. There's a viral video that went out. It said it took place in Delaware County, a little road rage incident where a woman gets out of her car, goes over to another car, and apparently she has like full-on diarrhea.
She had one in the chamber.
And and then she deposits it on the hood of this car. Do we have actual verification that this did indeed take place, Chief?
Yes, it absolutely did take place. It was 2 days ago, right around the 4 o'clock hour. We didn't learn about it until later that evening as someone had videoed the incident. And it just made its way around, finally got to us.
It exploded out onto the internet because it's on multiple sites. You would well imagine this will catch your eye when you see this pop up. So, yeah, we were wondering in this day and age where so much can be faked, but you're here to say, yes, absolutely it was done, and there's an investigation going on?
Steve, I only wish it was fake. But it's not. It's in the middle of this investigation. As a matter of fact, we're out on the road doing some things related to it right now. So, yeah, I wish it was fake.
Yeah.
How often, I assume now, more than ever, videos, the dude who was recording it is sitting in his driveway, aghast. How often are you using citizen videos to do your job?
Quite frequently, maybe not as much here in the tiny borough of Prospect Park as in other places, but yeah, for sure, it's become a real help to law enforcement across the nation, across the world, actually.
Yeah.
So are you looking to make an arrest, and do you know who you're looking for?
Yes and yes, but in terms of making an arrest, obviously there's a lot that goes into it. A lot that comes out of it.
Good, Chief. That's true.
Yes. He's making himself laugh. He's making himself laugh.
Chief, if before someone decides to drop trowel and leave a dookie on a car, let them know what kind of charges they might face for something like that.
Well, I mean, certainly you have something like along the lines of indecent exposure, criminal mischief, disorderly conduct.
Okay.
Depending on where something might land, it could be also an assault charge.
Yeah, true. It's a biohazard.
Absolutely.
If it lands on someone.
Is it safe? Go ahead.
I don't think we have that in this particular case, and it remains to be seen if charges are going to be filed. Like I said, we're in the middle of an investigation, and I really don't want to comment to that.
Okay. Is the trail still warm and squishy, or has it run cold?
I would say it's very hot.
You guys do a much different interview with the police chief than most other people. Do we know what the altercation was or incident?
Yeah, I can comment that it was a road rage incident, and again, we see road rages every day, and unfortunately, they're becoming more and more prevalent.
Yes.
And, I always tell people, if you want to avoid road rage, prepare the night before to wherever you're going. Mentally prepare when you're getting on the road. People are, especially with, you can cite the economy or pressures on people nowadays. You can certainly cite that people drive with their emotions.
Yeah.
You have to kind of detach from that for the time being while you're in the vehicle. Very easy to say because, hey, listen, we've all been there, myself included. But, detaching yourself from your emotions and just, trying to get to where you are safely is probably the best way of dealing with things.
Chief, I have two quick questions. The first is, do you have the best smile of any police officer ever? And the second is, are you in the front seat not wearing a seatbelt?
Oh, no.
He's not moving. You're not moving.
Did you hear the dinging? Yeah. Listen, in defense of cops everywhere that don't wear seatbelts or don't have seatbelts on, you have so much equipment on and you're jumping out in a hurry. And I'm trying to zoom you guys and I'm trying to get all my settings to make sure I have microphone. Yeah. Guilty as charged there.
Okay. But you're not moving. You're not moving too. You're stationary.
Right,
yeah.
right. Yeah.
So we'll be your defense attorney in this one.
Although I did say
as far as smiles, I hate my smiles. So thank you.
I think it's beautiful.
It is a great smile.
It is.
And you've definitely been moving during the course of this interview.
No, look at the background.
I have
He
been,
was
Kathy.
moving earlier.
He was moving earlier.
Are you on your
trust
way
me.
to Traub's Bakery to get some donuts there, Chief?
Unfortunately, Traub's is no longer, but
Casey's.
Casey's upset.
yeah, I'm sorry, Casey. Like it's been a while now, actually.
Oh no.
It's permanently shuttered, but fortunately, we stole Maria's from Ridley.
Oh, there you go.
We have Maria's in town. Yeah.
So one final tip on avoiding road rage: drive on an empty stomach.
Well, I would just say, take all necessary precautions
Right.
before you're getting frustrated.
Right.
And I see people they think they're impervious to any kind of attack, or they think like when you're in your car, you think you can do anything, and everyone just needs to know that in this day and age, you really should just stay in your car, be patient, and stop.
It's sage advice. I mean, years ago, I did something stupid because someone was just on my ass, and they were being very aggressive towards me, and I ran up on the hood of their car, and that was years ago. And I thought to myself after, that person could have had a gun.
Yeah.
It was dumb, and then it helps you reset. And I kind of use that as my mental mantra, so to speak, or imagery to say, don't do it, because you hear it. You're right. You're hearing more and more terrible stories of one, hot-headed moment that ends up destroying lives.
More and more violence associated with road rage, I feel, across the country. That's anecdotal, but I think certainly it's different from what it was years ago. And I think, at least in terms of the morning, preparing the night before can really help somebody, help you avoid this stuff.
Good idea. Yeah, get you in the right frame.
Can I introduce you guys to my sergeant, who's the lead investigator for the borough?
There you go.
Oh, good.
How you doing, Sarge?
He's got a seatbelt on.
Nice to see you.
Wow. Was that Kathy?
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
It was.
Wow.
All right. Well, Chief, thanks for keeping the safe street and clean in Prospect Park. We appreciate it.
We're trying our best.
All right,
Thank you.
take care. We'll see you later. All right, Chief Madonna. Yeah, that was cool. That was very cool. I had a moment day before yesterday where somebody in front of me was driving very slow under the speed limit, and so I was getting antsy, and I was riding up close to him. I wasn't full on tailgating, but I was definitely close, trying to send a message of, "Come on, pick it up, pick it up."
I have poop.
And as I was turning off onto the street where I was going to leave this road, the person puts her arm out. Flips me off.
Oh.
And I started to get really mad about it. And then I had to stop and think for a minute. I'm like, hang on a minute, man. They're going on with the rest of their life. I'm going this way for the rest. I don't know who that person is. I will never know who that person is. Why would them giving this little gesture get me so hot under the collar? And I'm like, yeah, that's I don't care what you think. So, I don't care, and I'm over it now.
I had a situation that was over near the Please Touch Museum, and the guy was he was causing traffic to stay in the intersection. He was not moving up, and so I gave what was a respectful bam tap.
Just a little.
He gets out of his car.
Oh my God!
And he comes back, and I'm like,
you don't know who you're coming over to.
No. Well, yeah. And so, but I take a breath. And then we start to move, and he slams on his brakes to make me try to hit the back of his car.
Yeah.
That's when I get out. I'm going over. I'm like, I think I'm going to punch this guy in the face. At that very time, I look down at my shirt, and I'm wearing a picture of my wife's charity organization.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And that's just the picture you want.
Right.
And so I said, okay, go back to the car and sit down. And that's what happened. So
Now, there was recently, this is about a year ago or so, my wife's relative, a distant relative or whatever, her husband was involved in a road rage shooting. And yeah, it was bad. A guy died. So there was an altercation of some type. The other guy gets out of the car, comes over and confronts the guy that's married to my wife's relative. And they're having words, and the guy flicked a cigarette at the car or something like that and said something like, "I'm going to kill you." And he turns around and starts to go back to the car. Well, the guy that Rochelle's relative is married to had a gun in the car. Ooh. He got out, and he shot this guy in the back and killed him. Wow. Oh. Yeah, exactly.
Did he go to jail?
He ended up getting a slap on the wrist because he said he was feared for his safety, which is a phrase that people use sometimes when they accidentally kill someone. And
the court agreed with that?
The court kind of agreed that because the guy had uttered the words, "I'm going to kill you," that was enough. It justified him taking out a gun and shooting this guy in the back and killing him.
What state was this in, just out of curiosity?
Missouri.
Because I had someone I knew here in Pennsylvania. Somebody was stealing from him, and because he defended himself and shot the guy in the back, he went to jail because they said he was facing away from him,
right,
and that he wouldn't have been, I guess,
a threat at that point.
And so he ended up doing jail time.
Right, so it can go the other way too. Yeah, so it's really weird.
But you know what? That's why I always say, if you can, poop on them.
Or poop on their car.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
on them.
Yeah, nobody dies when you poop
that
on
washes
car.
off real easy.
Everyone goes home.
Probably a car wash on your way home.
And you know what, man?
Through.
Right where that lady pooped, there's a brand new car wash right down the street.
There you go. Is that where the old donut place used to be?
No, it's where the old Pat's Chili Dogs used to be.
Oh, no.
It's a new car wash.
Pat's Dogs?
Yeah.
Pat's Chili Dogs? Wow.
You know.
All comes back to Delco.
Rocking and rolling.
And whatnot.
All right. Anyhow, well, that was cool that the chief called us.
Yes, he's a great guy.
I'm glad that we have officially verified that was a legit video, and they're pursuing that.
It's a problem of living in the time we live in, where we can't trust a crapping on a hood video.
I know. I'm a little hurt by that.
But he, you know what he did? I'll say it. He restored faith.
He did. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. We have another shot at $1,000 coming up in less than an hour. Listen up for the 20 money. And when we return, Kathy Romano's live commercial for DraftKings. And then Mammoth. New music from Mammoth WVH. Stay with us.
save me for one of the last ones.
All right. Yeah, do tell, Gary.
It is not Gary, but they didn't want to use anonymous, so I'm gonna go with Gary.
All right, fair enough.
So I'm in my 40s now. I officially stopped looking through Grandma and Grandpa's stuff around the age of 12. Every time we were over there, we decided to go searching, and I found some really cool things. We always had a contest who could find the coolest thing and share it with, the other cousins.
Right.
And, well, one day we were in one of the guest bedrooms, and, of course, we're challenging, well, we got to go somewhere we've never gone. And so we pulled out all the dresser drawers, and we were going deep. And we noticed on the way back, because who doesn't look through their grandparents' photo album?
Sure, yeah.
So we found a photo album in the way back that we just never saw before. We're like, what is this? We open it up, and good old Grandma apparently had a nice X-rated photo session done.
Oh, my God.
Session.
Wow.
Ooh.
Like how? X? Triple X? What are we talking?
Not triple X, but I got to see where my daddy came from.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
All right, and was it in her younger years, Gary, or was it more grandma age?
Was it like the deli meat at the bodega?
I would like to say that I was probably born at this point.
Okay.
Grandma
wow.
wasn't.
So she was
no
grandma.
matter what, even if Grandma was 20, I don't think I'd look at it the same. But yeah, and it was like, if you guys remember in the 80s, it was that blue, cloudy, black backdrop.
Yes. Yeah.
And they were so I don't know. I can only presume they were professionally done. But
wow.
Of course, put that back, and I lost that day, and I didn't find anything exciting. So,
all right. At what point did you say anything to anyone, or did you hold on to this forever, or did you?
I held on to this for many years, and finally, when I was basically an adult, and we were moving my grandparents from their home to a retirement community, my aunt's like, oh, we need help. I'm like, I got stuff to do. I'm good. And they're like, why are you not helping? I'm like, look. And finally I told them. And basically they all said I was off my rocker. They're like, my mom would never do this. Oh, I beg to differ. So fast forward to, God rest their souls, they both ended up passing within like a year of each other in the past few years. But so my aunt calls me up and says, hey, we need you to, we're getting rid of stuff. Go through stuff. We've got family albums. And, of course, I hear that and I start twitching. So I said, look, I am not going through any photo albums until you go through them first. So she said, all right, fine. You're still being crazy. I can't believe you're not letting us go. Maybe a week goes by after they're cleaning stuff out. And all of a sudden I get the call. And she calls me up and says, I want to apologize. And I said, what happened? She's like, I found the photo album.
There you go. There you go.
So, I had to ask, I'm like, what did you do with it? And I'm like, did you look through it? She's like, I had to. It was like a train wreck. And she said it went into our backyard, fire pit. She's like, no one will ever find them. They are gone with her.
Hey,
wow.
Let me ask you, Gary, do you guys get a group rate on therapy or?
I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing, Steve. Talking about this is literally like I'm cringing right now.
Oh, dude, I told you. I saw my grandmother topless, Flagler Beach, Florida. It lives with you. Yeah, it's nothing you can ever forget. So my heart goes out to you.
Wow. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right. Good luck with that, Gary. Wow.
Imagine that.
No.
Grandma, shoot.
And I guess they had to destroy it. I mean, she was gone.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Would you save it, Kathy?
She'd save one picture.
No, I mean, well, like
for the photo album, the family photo
I
album.
guess what the hell do you want naked pictures of grandma for? I don't know.
What if you find
We
out
have
that
no-
your relative, if you're going to things, is actually that large African American gentleman sitting on the edge of the bed?
Seriously, seriously.
Yeah.
See, we don't have very many pictures. Like, my mom was never good at taking pictures, saving pictures.
Likewise.
I told the story before, but she destroyed all my dad's pictures of with other girlfriends that he had. He was engaged before, and I always wanted to see what they look like. And he's like, "Oh, your mom made me get rid of them." So I keep pictures. I keep so many pictures.
Yeah, we've got loads of family photos from back in the day, and I love going back and looking at them.
That's why you are more inclined to do photo albums and presentations and wall. It's in your blood.
Yeah, because I always enjoyed it.
Right.
It was one of the things. My mom had this big canister of just a hodgepodge of photos.
Yeah.
Right.
And every now and then, every once in a great while, we'd take them out and we'd throw them out on the floor and we'd start going through. They weren't arranged in any particular
Right.
way. And have a blast going through those. So, yeah, my sister always kept photo albums. So I did that. Yeah, I mean, I don't really do it anymore. You can easily create them.
Sure.
Through
Now,
laptops and programs.
Where it's easier than ever to do it, you do it less.
Yeah.
Because it's just always sitting there.
Yeah, but I think I should do some physical books, and you just
Right.
kind of set them out and have them there, and they're kind of fun to go through from time to time. We still got time for a couple of more. Let me go. Yeah, let me go with these are things you found at your grandparents' house or would play with at your grandparents' house. I'm going to go to Sean. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, dude. What's up?
So, in addition to the story I wanted to share, I think my grandfather may have been that photographer.
Oh,
All right.
No. Total joke.
All
Thoughts
right.
and prayers, though, Gary. My brother and I used to love the chairlift on my grandfather's stairs.
Dude, I wanted.
And he would not love when we would race it up and down the stairs. He also did not like when we would commandeer the remote control, so that when he would get like 75% of the way up, we would have him go back down and jostle him up and down a bit.
Sean, I kid you not. One year, I remember asking Santa Claus for one of those chairs. You know, I'm a kid, but it just looked like so much fun. Obviously, it's not fun if you're 90 and can barely get up one step. But what was so you would have the remote. Your grandfather would be going up the steps, and you'd be able to take control of it and start lowering it and F with him a bit.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because the remote would I guess supersede the little lever on the chair in case something went wrong. He'd be inching up to the top to go to the bathroom or something, and we'd have him going back down. And then
I always wanted.
I always remember.
Sean,
thanks, man.
I always think in Preston. I think of the ones that would go up and then curve, like in the movie Gremlins.
Yeah.
So it goes up the steps and then it curves and then launches the granny out the window.
Yep.
My grandparents had a lot of furniture that was another item. So they had like a big credenza that was actually a radio when you'd open up the top.
The TV in the cabinet was a standard.
They also had a table that was a craps table, and these all took me years to find out. So
You had a craps table at home?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was a craps table, but it was like covered in like bric-a-brac and tchotchkes
Did
and
you
all
say
sorts of little things.
the chopping block in your kitchen was also a Sibian?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Another one of those is bumper pool.
Oh, yeah.
Because you could put a top on it and it would become a table.
Sure.
I love bumper pool.
I hated bumper pool.
I loved it.
It took me way too long in life to find out. I opened up the lamp was on a table, so it was connected to the table. I
Right.
opened up the table bottom on one day, and there was a record player in there.
Okay.
And Abbey Road was sitting right there.
Oh, that's pretty
So-
Here's a couple more on this list of things you always found at Grandma's house. A decorative bowl of plastic grapes that she had for at least
wax
25
fruit.
years. Yeah.
Wax fruit, a perennial.
Very dusty.
I remember playing with the plastic grapes and pretending to eat them as well. Could have choked on one. How about a set of very outdated encyclopedias?
Yes.
Oh my God, we had the encyclopedias.
Yeah, we did too. and I would go through them and find in the anatomy ones, they would have those the clear pages that you could fold like the muscle groups on top of the internal organs, on top of the
acetate,
bones.
yeah,
the acetate. That's it.
So my mother got us the full Funkin' Wagnall encyclopedia set through the supermarket that you'd go to. So you'd go and purchase, and they'd bring out a new letter every week. It was the worst. You'd lose letters. It was the most incomplete encyclopedia set ever.
Also, this says her old telephone list finder sitting next to the phone. And Steve,
I remember those.
What did they call those? Was it like a filofax or?
The filofax is a similar. Yeah, in fact, that might be the name, Preston. But you'd have these little. Yes, that's that.
I have a picture of it right here. Yeah, it was.
You'd move an arrow down.
It was flat, and you would move this arrow down to the letter you want. And you'd hit the button, and it would pop open.
Yeah,
right to that part of where the phone numbers were kept.
Yeah.
And I used to play with that thing. All the
loved
time.
it. Yeah,
just because it would spring open. Let's see here. And the last thing it says the tin of Royal Dansk Danish butter cookies that never had cookies in it. It was filled with other stuff.
Yeah, several people were texting in that the sewing supplies ended up in those.
Sewing.
And that's what this photo is.
There
like
we go.
all the threads and needles and all
By
that
the way,
stuff.
I love those Royal Dance.
They are good
butter
cookies.
Too.
They're so
they're butter
damn
cookies.
good.
Yes.
They're really good.
Wait,
Do they
were
still
they-
exist?
Yeah,
they
they do.
do.
We should probably
Yeah,
get some.
they're excellent.
Were they all the same flavor?
No.
They were different flavors,
Yes.
right? Now that I'm looking at them.
I think they were all butter cookies, different shapes. Some of them had sugar on them. Some of them didn't.
Some had chocolate swirled into them. Yes.
Some of them had like little fruit inserts and things like that.
But they were all super healthy.
Yeah. All right. Oh, here's another one: a cozy Afghan blanket.
Oh, yeah.
That smelled just like her house. Yeah, and my one of my actually both of my grandmothers were quilters. So there were quilts all over the place as well. So yeah, these are it's interesting, and I'm wondering what it's like now if kids in our era, in this era, even need to root around through stuff and find things
This
to
is
play
my
with.
grandmother's zip drive.
Yeah, exactly, because you've got plenty of options of things to either watch or play with, handheld devices that you just give the kid the phone and they can play, with apps and phones like that. I wonder if they still go through drawers and go through closets and find things to entertain themselves with.
They can find grandma's naked pictures online now.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
They're there.
Let's go to Pornhub.
PrestonandSteve.com.
Digital forever. Yeah.
Grandma's on OnlyFans.
There was one time at Keenan's.
Yeah. Philly's hottest, one or the other, something or the other.
Why did your hair never grow in right, Grandma?
All right. Well, thank you for your calls. We do appreciate it. Speaking of Keenan's, it's back on, folks. We made the announcement last week. Scott came by, Scott Keenan, to reveal the information. So the date is Friday, May 27th. We will be broadcasting live at Keenan's, North Wildwood. It is sponsored by Coors Light. It's our official opening of the Jersey Shore. It's Eggs with Peg. We'll have contests. We'll have stuff to give away. Essentially, we're just going to have a damn good time early in the morning, and we'll get the summer started off right. And by the way, if you are interested, we have what's called the Countdown to Keenan's. And it's your chance to win cut the line passes, a VIP table with a bucket of Coors Light, and a case of Coors Light as well.
Excellent.
After that. And all you have to do is go online. You go to the Keenan's event page, WMMR.com. Upload a photo of one of your favorite moments from one of our previous Keenan's events, if you've been before, and you hanging out with your friends, whatever it may be. And all photo entries will be displayed in the gallery on the page, and we'll pick a winner on May 20th. And we'll also have a chance, if you haven't been and you haven't taken pictures, been there, we'll have a chance to win starting this week. And each Friday we will give one of those VIP passes away. And
There's some great photos on here already. This is cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's one, Steve, you just mentioned like getting a head shave. There's a contest we did called Rock, Paper, Clippers. And then, people just putting up group shots and stuff. It's neat.
I'll have to see if we shave some heads again this year. I don't know. We'll talk about that. All right. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment. Don't forget, we have in about an hour from now, Concert Cash, your chance to win. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR proudly presents Kathy's Cuts, benefiting wigs for kids.
And you can walk on my team. You can participate and be a part of this if you donate and sign up for Team Preston WMMR. You get a team T-shirt. We will actually get to walk on Lincoln Financial Field. If you've always wanted to be down there on the field.
Pretty cool.
Chance to do that. Swoop will be there, Eagles cheerleaders. And not to brag or anything, but I'm this year's media honored hero.
Yay!
So I'm getting an award. So thank you, everyone. Please quiet down. No, and you can hear my call late in the night. Whatever it is, I can't make that noise again. And that's me. So anyhow, it's coming up on the 12th of June, and it's for Crohn's and Colitis Foundation research, education, and patient support services for those suffering from inflammatory bowel diseases, which are insanely painful, gang. So if you could help out, that would be great. And sign up for the team. And just go to WMMR.com and click on events, and you will find the info there, and would love to have you on the team.
Preston, I got a text yesterday from Giovanna Pisano. Giovanna won our Isolation Idol contest. Remember that from 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic? her band, Dinah, is going to be playing at your event. So she's going to, yeah. So and she saw the information on the website and she's like, oh my God, I get to see Preston. She was on our show via Zoom, but never got to meet us.
Yeah.
So Giovanna and her band are going to be there at that event on June 12th, which
By
is
the
really
way,
cool.
They always have several bands in different parts of the concourse playing as you're walking along, and there's usually, like superheroes and things. It's really cool.
But it's cool also. You've had to do it in a more mitigated way over the past couple of years, and this is sort of a return to what everyone loved about the event.
All these upcoming events are finally going to be what they once were, which is great. So participate
am them.
if you can. We am them. All right, I got this email. It was a little while back, but better late than never. I thought this was an interesting question to pose to people. So I got this email from Brian, who lives in, is it Lewis, Delaware? Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
Lewis, Delaware, yeah. L-A-W-E-S, Lewis, Delaware.
3 WMMR.
Looking at the text messages concerning the Mammoth song, somebody texted and said, let's not dismiss Kathy's intro into that song.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for their DraftKings live read. So
I wonder if that's how it's going to be performed on stage.
every time.
Yeah.
Maybe. Hey, a quick shout out here. This one was for today, so I want to make sure this get this out. It's from Tom Fury. He says, hey, President, good morning, if you would be so kind, it's my wife Heather's birthday, and she would love a super sloppy shout out. She loves you guys, never misses a day of you streaming on YouTube.
Love it.
The joke in our house is that you guys are her favorite family, and she really does love you all, and you always manage to make her day better. And thank you for all the fun and positivity that you bring to her mornings. You guys rock. That's from Tom.
That's so nice.
Happy birthday. It's my best friend Steve's birthday today. It's Lisek's 57th birthday.
Nice. It's also my niece Haley's birthday. It's her 25th birthday.
25?
25, and it's also the 25th anniversary of the first time I ever bought a car.
Today is the 25th anniversary of the first time you ever bought a car.
Mm-hmm. I bought it the day my niece was born. So
that's how you remember?
Yeah.
This was, how old were you?
I was 24.
All right. Was it new, used?
It was a brand new car. I leased it because I didn't know any better. I leased it, let's say, they were like, whoa, let's, they get the price down to this level. It'll be 13,000 miles a year. And I was like, okay, yeah, that sounds good. Meanwhile, I put like 20 a year on the car.
Right.
And so, at the end of the lease, I was screwed.
I do remember, though, like the first time I was able to buy a nice car and not like a junker at the used car lot. And it was still used, but, it only had like 10,000 miles on it and it was still in great condition. But I just remember I don't have to use a doorbell for my brake lights.
Brake lights anymore.
It was like, and it had air conditioning that worked and it kept me cool and heat. Yeah. It was,
I had a car that had, they lost its heat. So in the winter, I had this thing that I plugged into the cigarette lighter. And it promised to heat up the car. Basically, if a dying man exhaled on you, that was the temperature.
Yeah.
What was the first new car that you bought?
It was a Honda Civic.
Okay.
It was a green Honda Civic.
Was this the one where you taped the side view?
Yeah, because
it was honking indiscriminately.
No. That was the old Buick Skylark.
Okay.
That was my mom's 1989 Buick Skylark. But no, this was a 2007 two-door Civic, 5-speed. And the funny thing is, Steve, that side window or that side mirror, I literally hit it on a drive-through of Burger King the day I got it.
Oh, man.
Because I wanted to get nice and close to the drive-through window, so
Sure.
I smacked it on that. Luckily, I didn't break it off that time.
By the way, Casey, that Buick Skylark, did it happen to have a white convertible top with metallic mint green paint?
And it had positive traction.
And positive traction.
Yes,
Okay.
it
Well,
did.
it didn't have positive traction.
I think it was invented by that point. Steve, one time we drove to Florida and we left Lewisburg and we were driving 24 hours and we drove to Key West and we were in this piece of crap, my friend Brian's piece of crap Ford Taurus, maybe 88, 89 Ford Taurus.
Yeah.
And it just, when you were talking about not having the heat, reminded me of this story. So, we driving overnight, we pull into, Jacksonville, Florida, and starting to get warmer and warmer and, left Lewisburg and it was cold and rainy and gray and getting to Florida and starts to get hot. So my friend Eric, who's sitting in the back seat, is like, hey, Brian, would you mind turning on the air conditioning? And Brian's like, yeah, no problem. So he pulls up this little fan that he had underneath the driver's seat, plops it on the dash, turns the fan on, and that was our air conditioning for the rest of the drive down.
Yeah, that's about right. It's what you do.
That's fantastic. I love it. All right. Well, we got a couple of minutes to play with here, and I think it's time that we tell you about what's going on in the city of brotherly love.
Wow. the meat behind the beat with the oh-so-lickable feet.
They're now lickable.
I made them lickable.
I love it. Hey, the Philly Music Walk of Fame will be expanding with the induction of some new entries.
We were there, obviously, when Pierre was added, and
the Hooters.
And the Hooters.
Yeah.
And DeBella as well, yes.
Yeah, so the Philadelphia Music Alliance on Broad Street is unveiling plaques immortalizing the 2025 honorees. It'll be in front of the Suzanne Roberts Theater. What day is this?
Was it yesterday?
Yeah, you know what? I think it might have been.
Yeah, because I saw David Dye got honored.
Yep. So that was one of them. I just want to make sure that we pass along the people who were being honored. But yes, David Dye, who is an early MMR DJ.
Yeah, legend.
And worked at WXPN for a long time as well, created the World Cafe and that whole thing. He was inducted into the Broadcast Pioneer of Philadelphia Hall of Fame in 2023. We were inducted in that as well.
They still haven't found out, so I think we're good for a while.
Yeah. And so he started at MMR in 1970. And he and Bruce Springsteen were tight, right?
No, that was Ed Shockey.
But there was something about, in this story that said Bruce Springsteen titled a chapter in his memoir called The DJ Saved My Life, and he was referring to David Dye.
Okay,
That's according to this article.
I don't know about the David Dye Bruce Springsteen connection, so that could exist without my knowledge. But Ed Shockey really helped to launch Bruce's career, and Ed ended up sleeping on Bruce's couch. That was the whole famous story with Ed Shockey, the late great MMR DJ.
Right. This is an article from Dan DeLuca, by the way.
Okay.
So other people that are being inducted are Janice Ian. She wrote a song called "Society's Child." It was a 19, and I'm sorry, her biggest hit was 1975. Wait, I'm sorry, that was a book that she wrote when she was 14, but her biggest hit was 1975's At 17.
I love that song.
I don't know that song.
When you, I'm going to do it. Pennsylvania. No. She's talking about her, being confused. At 17, it's very soft, and I'm not doing it justice.
You know what? I think I know that song, Steve.
I'm trying to think.
I might know
We
it.
all played the games. And
she grew up in Central Jersey, but she lived in Philly for much of the 70s, and she regularly played the Philadelphia Folk Festival and the Main Point in Bryn Mawr.
Yes, very talented.
So she is going to be inducted, which is cool. The Orleans. They had a 1963 song called South Street. They were an R&B group.
Yeah.
I don't know that song.
Love those South Street days. South Street days.
No, that's Wildwood Days.
Oh.
Yeah. On the way to South Street.
You pass right by Wildwood.
Yeah. Then you have Schoolie D.
Schoolie D.
Yeah, and he had his hit was PSK, What Does It Mean? And that's considered to be the first gangsta rap song. I know the name Schoolie D. I've definitely heard of him, but I'm not familiar
You're
with
probably familiar with his father, Sonny D.
By the way, I saw in the liquor store the other day.
Did you see what we're talking about?
Sonny D vodka.
Oh, yeah?
Chillers or whatever you want to call those things.
I just blurted that out.
You had jokingly said that.
Yeah.
And they were in the cooler at my local liquor distributor.
Go figure.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Yep. Also entering into the Walk of Fame, the Philly Music Walk of Fame, is David Sirkin Ludwig. He was the Dean and Director of Music at New York's Juilliard School.
Dude.
And he's a Bucks County native.
To Juilliard, you have to be a heavy hitter.
Oh, big time. Then we have the Settlement Music School. I guess sometimes institutions can be inducted.
Yeah.
Campuses in Southwest and Northeast Philly, as well as Germantown and Willow Grove, and they have had many luminaries come through the doors. Questlove, Christian McBride, Chubby Checker, Joey DeFrancesco, Kevin and Michael Bacon, and others.
I don't know if I've noticed this or I just totally failed to register with me. I know individuals are represented, but will an institution like this be represented on the Star as well?
Well, that's what I was just saying. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that they're going to induct that. It says the induction of the school.
Okay.
Founded in 1908 by Jeanette Seelig Frank and Blanche Wolfe Cohn. is an acknowledgement of its role in the nurturing the talent that makes Philadelphia a vibrant music city. So that's cool. And then the last one, had no idea he had a Philadelphia connection, but Stephen Sondheim.
The legendary Stephen Sondheim.
And he went to the George School, private Quaker prep school in Bucks County.
Newtown.
Yeah.
He worked at Pat's Chili Dog.
Where he wrote his first musical there by George. So that's pretty amazing.
A little night music.
That's pretty amazing. So I don't know who all will be a part of the ceremonies or were a part of the ceremonies. You said it was yesterday, Nick?
I saw the David Dye thing yesterday.
Okay.
So I don't know if anybody else got theirs yesterday.
This was I think it was in yesterday's Inquirer. So.
All right, so thought that was cool and worth entering into the City Beat. And, of course, you can take a look at all the names as you walk by down the Avenue of the Arts.
It's impressive, and I like that they're doing it.
All right, so good. Next one, let's see. Bucks County, next week. The Greater New Hope Chamber of Commerce presents its second annual New Hope Star Wars Day celebration. Sunday, May 4th from noon to 4. May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you.
So,
they're probably the only organization in the world that's doing some sort of Star Wars celebration.
That's it. Actually, there's a lot in our area alone. Main Street is transformed into a galaxy far, far away, featuring appearances by iconic Star Wars characters, courtesy of Garrison Corrida, it's as part of the legendary 501st Legion. Families and fans alike can enjoy free meet and greets with their favorite heroes and villains as they visit more than a dozen beloved New Hope restaurants, shops, and hot spots. Plus, New Hope's best businesses are joining the festivities with themed cocktails, Star Wars trivia, costumes contests, scavenger hunts, creative workshops, and special sales that are taking place all day long.
So here's a perfect thing that they're doing this, they're embracing this. I guess the powers, or maybe they don't know about this, but like when Chestnut Hill was doing the Harry Potter festival, and they made, I think Warner Brothers, right, came in and basically said, no more of that.
Well, yeah, you can't officially call it Harry Potter, so it was like they changed it to Wizards and Witches.
Witches and Wizards or something like that, but it is much smaller than it used to be.
It was huge. I went to it a couple of times. It was amazing. So and they're mentioning Star Wars in this, and it's a big thing. New Hope's a perfect town for it.
So they can get away with saying the Star Wars stuff? Like Disney isn't cracking down on them?
That was my question.
All right.
Yeah.
I guess as of now, maybe. I think Star Wars probably sees the forest for the trees and is like, this only helps the brand overall. You know what I mean?
Well, wouldn't it do the same for Harry Potter?
That's what I'm thinking. I think these guys see the...
Unless it's just hasn't happened
the benefit.
long enough.
Legal hasn't seen it yet. Yeah, it's possible.
So hang on a second. Where is this going to be?
New Hope.
Okay, so Star Wars, A New Hope. Okay, that makes sense.
That's true, too.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that, Kathy. The first movie, which is actually the fourth.
I know.
Okay, never mind.
That's the one you watched at my house.
I forgot.
We had wine.
She's the one who told you, Brett.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Ben was so little.
I know. Now he's 18 and all grows up. They named the town after the movie, which I thought was really cool.
It's amazing, right? How that happened. All right. I have another Star Wars-themed City Beat story. I've mentioned this before, but it's returning. The world's first and only Star Wars-themed haunted house returns to Philadelphia in time for Star Wars Day, May 4th weekend. Lincoln Mill Haunted House invites Star Wars fans to celebrate exclusive one-day Star Wars event on the eve of the national celebration. So it's Lincoln Mill Haunted House presents Darkness Rises, a Star Wars-inspired haunted house. One night only, Saturday, May 3rd.
One night only. It's a cool facility, and I wonder how they're able to keep doing that, because it's cool to have kind of an ongoing haunted house attraction that cycles through different events throughout the year.
It's a good idea.
It is a good idea. And I hope that it seems that they're living proof that you can pull it off the right way.
Saturday from 7 to 9, like I said, is when this is taking place.
Do you remember how scared you were when you saw Star Wars?
They will go cosmic with all new ultraviolet lights, a Star Wars cinematic soundtrack, and a dark horror twist, Sith-inspired makeup and costumes, and other surprises and nods to the famous movie throughout.
Cool.
The co-founder, Jared Bilsack, is... Oh, he had to grow up with that name.
Oh, my gosh. His name is Bill Sack?
Sacks are yummy.
Lisa's first name's not Harry.
Sorry, Jared. I know you're doing great things, but You know.
Jerry Ballsack.
Jerry Ballsack. Jerry Ballsack.
Jerry Ballsack. Jerry Ballsack.
Jerry Ballsack. Jerry Ballsack.
All new. Jerry Ballsack.
Jerry Ballsack, we love you. Jerry Ballsack. Jerry Ballsack, we love you.
Actually, it's more touching when it's an actual individual.
Jared is a huge Star Wars fan, and
sorry,
ball sacks are yummy.
Oh my god!
And said,
there we go.
Jerry Ballsack, Jerry Ballsack, Jerry Ballsack, Jerry Ballsack,
Harry Ballsack, Harry Ballsack, hey, you, Harry Ballsack, Casey boy.
Okay.
Man, sorry about that, Jared.
Sorry, Jared.
His last name is Billsack, right?
Yeah.
Bilsak.
But you know.
Yes.
It's probably pronounced Bilsick or Bilsak or, you know what I mean? He's
Ballsacky. We have a friend we've been calling Ballsacky for years.
Yeah. Wow, we haven't heard from Ballsack in a little while.
Preston, I wanted to ask you, like, with all of the content out there and so many different things to watch, and you dive in and out of stuff or whatever, do you think you ever might dive back into the Star Wars universe? Because you've abandoned it for a while.
Nah, I'm pretty much done with it.
You're done?
And,
Okay.
and people send me emails, lovely emails, suggesting I give it another try, but I just, I don't know.
I get it. No, look, there's too much, and if you're gone, you're gone. I just, I'm only saying this because I love it so much, and I know, Steve, you're into it as well, in case you started watching it, but Andor might be my favorite Star Wars since the original trilogy. It's so good, and the way that they build the stories, and the set pieces, and the cinematography, and the sound, all of it, it's just excellent. It, like, take it out of the Star Wars universe, it's great television.
I tell you what, I'll get on board if Jared Ballsack calls me and suggests.
Well, then.
Yeah, go for Ballsack.
All right, so anyhow.
You've laid the gauntlet down.
Jared is a huge, Bill Sack is a huge Star Wars fan and says the Star Wars story and characters helped influence him. When he wrote the entire Lincoln Mill story, he said, I always saw our main villain, Victor Kane, as having many similarities to Darth Vader, one of the greatest villains of all time.
I love that they're putting that kind of creativity into it, too. I mean, again, it takes a lot of work to put those things together.
Tickets are on sale now for the special engagement. I don't have the website available for you, but you can,
it's ballsack.com.
Stop it. We'll go somewhere else now. Wow.
All right, hang on. I got to look that up.
It turns out that it's not that.
This is kind of a butt plug, but I'm going to put it in here because it's on Sunday. I got this email from Lil Bal Beat is her name, Jackie Saunderlin, and she wanted me to mention this real quick. This Sunday, East Coast Gladiators versus the Firestorm at Skate 47 Skating and Fun Center in Franklinville, New Jersey. It's roller derby. So they are a charity and they're fundraising, so that's why I'm mentioning this here. Doors open at 4:30. They'll be raffling off a wall of beer that consists of over $500 worth of donated libations. They have an after party at the 13th Child Brewery in Williamstown, and you can mix and mingle with the derby players off the track. The East Coast Gladiators is an open-gender USARS roller derby league based in South Jersey, and she says they are a 501(c) nonprofit organization as well. Roller derby is a lot of fun. It's pretty cool.
Our own Kristen Herman, who's now, the PD of Ben and Mornings, and a former intern of ours, she went by the name Gingivitis.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yep. She was a derby gal.
Wait, and this is just a quick inside thing. My nail girl she also was roller derby, and she knew Kristen. They
No kidding.
They went up against each other.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is this the one that has the real interesting stories?
Yeah.
Sounds about right. Yeah. Okay. So Lil Bal Beat, she's number 34, by the way, and she's an everyday listener. And she said you can check them out on Instagram and Facebook for more information at East Coast Gladiators. That's how you can find out about them. All right, let me do another one, at least one more. So the 12th annual Mayfest on South Street is starting on Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., and it's one of the largest German Mayfest celebrations in the state. And it features the state's tallest maypole, authentic German food and beer, live music and dancing,
The festival, look!
games and family fun, and other surprises as well.
Even though he's Austrian, we'll get him out. Our friend Peter.
Peter, yeah. So look for returning traditions like the leader lift competition.
I think those festivals are great.
Flower crowns, maypole dance, pig roast, and other activities at Roundup.
Cheese curl.
The celebration of German culture.
Balloon knot.
Yeah, it's a standard German balloon knot.
The all-day outdoor block party is no charge to attend with food and drink pay as you go. VIP tickets are also available for $100 and include food, drink, and access to the Brower Bund, where you will find seating, private bathroom, an extensive German food buffet, and TVs to catch sporting events of the day, and the Kentucky Derby.
I forget where it was, but I went to a German festival that was sprawling. I mean, it wasn't like Oktoberfest, but it was pretty amazing. And they had all of the culture and stuff. And there's just, this is terrific.
Was it here?
No.
Because there was one here that I did a couple of appearances with. It might have been when we were Y100, and I think it was in Bucks County.
Was it the Hungarian that they did?
No, it was German because they wore lederhosen and they did the dancing where they'd smack each other in the face and use axes and stuff like that. But it was man, I forgot where that was, but it was big. Like you had to park out in a field and everything.
Like the Ren Fair.
Yeah, it was stuff like that. So those things are a lot of fun. So, all right, we'll do one more and then we gotta wrap up. Is that okay, Case? We are.
Yeah, quick one.
All right, real quick. I'll mention this. Kathy had sent this over to me. The Schuylkill River Trail. We're all familiar with this.
Oh, yeah.
Runs through.
I love it.
All over the place. It took the top spot among 16 trails in Pennsylvania with Visit PA that claims will leave you breathless. So this is the Schuylkill River Trail is the #1 trail in the state.
There's only one part of the trail that isn't all that great, and that's just past Conchie where the poop factory is. You know?
Well, and kind of like past the Norristown train station, right before you get there, it can get a little dicey.
It gets a little stinky, and what also sucks is you can't really hold your breath through it because there is a little bit of a hill that you need to ride up, and you kind of have to.
You kind of screwed,
bit.
yeah.
But I love it, man.
I've not been on that part of the trail.
So I've gone the trail from Center City all the way out to Oaks, and then at Oaks I jumped on the Perkiomen River Trail or whatever. So I've done quite a bit. I love it. I think it. There's a lot of areas as a cyclist that, I don't necessarily feel comfortable riding on as far as roads are concerned. So the Schuylkill River Trail is
perfect for you,
great.
right?
Yeah.
And they've refurbed a lot of it, too.
It's great.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a couple of areas where I guess the roots underneath the trail have kind of made it a little bit bumpy, but it's still a pretty smooth ride.
After you get past that area, after Norristown, and you get closer out towards Valley Forge, it gets so nice. I remember the first time I did it, I was like, well, where am I?
Yeah.
You didn't know, that it was that nice out that way.
Well, the fact that it exists at all is just great because for a long time there were no connecting trails like that. And Casey, you should be able to ride your bike from Center City out to Oaks, but you couldn't 20 years ago, and now you can. I'm really, it's one of the things that we should be proud of.
So when it is completely finished, they still doing work on it. It's going to be nearly 120 miles long.
Wow. That's great.
Yeah. Currently, around 75 miles of the trail have been completed, including the stretch from Philadelphia to Parkford, which is more than 30 miles long. And that section will be ideal for, like a full day long hike. So meanwhile, in Hamburg, hikers can access a scenic stretch that runs for 7 miles to Auburn. And there's also a 4.5 mile on-road section in Birdsboro, where trail users can walk along old railroads and take the lovely views of the heritage area. So, yeah, it's a great trail. If you've never accessed it, it's beautiful. And the Perk Trail is great, too, because that's right out by me.
Yep.
And we used to go on that regularly. So I thought that was worth mentioning.
Hiking yesterday, and I mean, when you think about all of the incredible, trails and paths, and I mean, even right within the city proper that we have so many paths and trails, it's astonishing. It's great. We're blessed.
Yep. All right, we need to take a break. That's it for the City Beat. We do have $1,000 to give away, and we are approaching 10 o'clock. So let's come back with that. You need that keyword, and we'll tell you how to answer it and all that good stuff. Bizarre File stories coming up as well. So be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on.
He said, I had an idea that I thought might be interesting. Recently, I learned that my in-laws have a garbage disposal, and they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it. They keep a trash bag in the sink for food scraps instead of allowing them to go into the garbage disposal.
So they have a device that they never use for fear of breaking it.
Yes. And he said, this is pure insanity to me. And it got me to thinking, if there are other things of convenience that some people refuse to use for fear of breaking them. So, and he also said, additionally, it's become clear to me that people love to do greetings when they go live on the air. I thought maybe a segment maybe called the Salutation Station would be cool. And it would allow people to get in and get their greeting fix. Now, we'll worry about that another time. But anyhow, that's an interesting question. So you have this device that is made specifically for this one thing to do, yet you don't want to use it because you might break it. But what's the point of having it if you're not going to use it?
I know this phenomenon exists with a lot of people. I'm a gadget guy, so I will use it. I immediately adopt something and I'll use whenever I get it. But I am aware of people who will buy things and never use them.
I do it all the time.
Oh,
are you
guilty of this?
Yeah. The time.
By the way, if you are in this situation, call us. I want to hear it. 215-263-WMMR. All right, what is it?
So it's not that I won't use things. It's that I use them
sparingly.
Yes, when absolutely necessary.
Like super sparingly.
Yes.
Will you actually do extra work even though you have something that could get something? Okay.
So Casey and I we usually walk into work together, and he noticed it, I guess, a couple of times, and then finally said something to me. So this is just one example. Here at the station, when you walk into the building, there's the door that you can hit for, it's like a handicap, and it'll for somebody walking through, and it'll open the door for them.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So that's the only door you can get in the morning when we scan our key card because the doors are locked.
It's the only one that unlocks.
That unlocks, right? Once we get into the vestibule, all of the doors are open. There's several
there's like
doors.
6 doors you can go through. Yeah.
I won't go through the other handicap door. I won't open that handicap door because it's automatic.
It's
and
the door
I'm
straight
using,
through. Yeah.
So I'm using that door opener. It doesn't need to be. So I'll just go over to the one that I pull with my own hand and open.
Because you're afraid if you open it too often, it's eventually going to cause this to malfunction.
Correct.
Okay.
I do it with my garage door opener at home.
You don't use your automatic garage door
So I
opener?
will go out my front door if more often than not, because if I use the garage door opener so much, eventually it's going to break, right, guys?
Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, wait, hold on. I had to have it replaced because it did break after 13 years.
So
13 years.
It's going to happen anyway.
13 years.
Yeah.
I got 13 years out of it, but maybe did I get 13 years out of it because I used the front door?
Is this why you were asking about a garage door?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, the garbage disposal, though, that I will use. Like, I'm not worried about that one.
Okay.
I know. So my on my wife's side of the family, one of the people, one of the not in-laws, forget who it is. Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you classify this person, but dishwasher doesn't use it. Dishwasher sitting right there in the kitchen does not use it
because of fear of it breaking.
That, a perception of overuse of water, a perception of other things, and fear of breaking. All of that sort of no, I don't want to screw with that.
I had a friend who I worked with, dishwasher, but for a different reason, not for fear of breaking. She would not use a dishwasher because she hated unloading the dishwasher.
Oh, yeah, I hate that.
So therefore would hand wash everything, which you still have to put all that stuff away when you're done hand washing it. But there was something about putting it in, running it, and then opening it up and taking it back out that she did not want to do.
She didn't like picking up the work on the other side.
Right.
So in other words, when you're washing it right then and there, you're putting it away. So it seems like it's all in one.
Yeah, like smaller amounts.
Right. But it's the same
still
thing.
doing the same thing.
Same thing. Yeah.
In the almost 20 years that I've been a dishwasher owner, I don't think I've actually turned a dishwasher on maybe more than 5 or 6 times.
Oh my God. I'll run it like twice a day.
It's
without
weird.
even dishes in it.
It's weird though, because I just don't feel like the dishwasher gets the dishes clean enough. And it doesn't, and I think it's just because the way my kids load it, it just gets overloaded, or they won't rinse things out. They'll listen, the commercials lie. You can't put a full-on spaghetti dinner into the dishwasher, and the dishwasher's going to clean it up. It just doesn't work that way. So, as far as I'm concerned, the dishwashers, I can do a better job and in less time.
So here's the deal. If you're basically halfway there, cleaning off the dishes
May as
And
well
there's
go ahead
some-
and finish it.
Just finish it.
Yeah.
Right?
By the way, here's a text says, my friend's mom got a brand new $10,000 lawnmower.
No.
What? It better be a riding lawnmower.
I'll buy it from you.
For Christmas and refuses to use it. Uses the old one still because the new one looks too pretty and doesn't want to mess it up.
Listen, I get that.
I'll do that. I'll use the older item until okay, so here's one, a hair dryer, right? I bought a new hair dryer and they're fairly expensive, but I still have I still have a little bit of use out of my old hair dryer. So I'm trying to get until that completely dies, and then I'll start with the
Get
new
rid
one.
of it.
Yeah. But I understand
know.
that reasoning, because when you see a nice brand new work truck.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? From guys that actually use it. It's not like a glamour truck like some of these guys.
This is my glamour truck.
Well,
Yeah, I know what you're
listen,
saying, yeah.
you have these trucks that just look nice and they never put anything in the bed or whatever. But then you have these other guys that actually, really work for a living and they put everything.
It's so funny. It's because I have at home case, I have this Amazon. It's a collection of tools and everything's in this place and it's all very clean. And all the contractors that I know, all their equipment is all effed up and banged up because they're using it.
Well, yeah, my friend Bill, he just got this beautiful brand new truck. He showed it to me last year. He's like, "Oh, look at this." You open the door, the little the stool comes out. Little things you step on.
Step stool, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, "Oh, this is gorgeous." But how long until it's just all dented and scratched?
Yeah. Here's a text says, my father refused to use the AC in the car when I was a kid, and still to this day, because he doesn't want to fix it if something goes wrong with it, no matter how hot and humid it is outside. But
wow.
But you're not using it. It may as well not work now if you're never going.
I'm at work. Stop calling me.
Sorry to bother you, Joanna. What's up?
So my mother, they've been going on 15 years maybe, refuses to use our fireplace in the house. Refuses.
Is it a gas-operated fireplace?
It is not. It's regular, but she's afraid that it's not going to work. That
It's not
somehow,
gonna-
even
fireworks.
though they've had it cleaned, they've had it cleaned when they bought the house. They've had it cleaned since. There's nothing wrong. It's a regular fireplace. Refuses. She's afraid that a catastrophe is going to happen.
Wow.
It's going to break. I'm like,
Joanna.
"It's a fireplace. How do you break a fireplace?"
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But let me ask you: Does she? If you get her, away from the fireplace and she can talk freely, will she admit to liking a fireplace?
Oh yeah, she loves it. Sometimes
It doesn't make any sense.
We never used the fireplace in our old home.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joanna.
it's peaceful. Yep. Have a good one.
You too.
Well, we lived there for 10 years and never, and it was the first fireplace that I ever owned in my entire life.
Did you not use it because you thought it was going to break?
I didn't use it because my wife said we can't use it.
Did you ever ask her why?
What's that in your mouth? Spit it out.
Spit it out.
Spit it out.
What did I tell you about baby birds?
Stop it.
I think she was worried about burning the house down, and
A lot of people are.
Yeah,
A lot of people are of fireplaces and just in general.
It's what it's made for.
Yeah.
It's made to put a fire
House
in
can
there.
set on fire for a multitude of other reasons.
Well, we own fireplaces now that we've put fires in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So they're just outside.
Let me kind of
You brought those fires home and then you put them in the fire.
in.
Yeah.
Hi, Terry. You're on the air. Good
Fire to
morning.
go, please.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, Terry?
well, so my husband inherited a really nice and big snowblower from his dad about 7 years ago and refuses to use it. He always has an excuse. There's not enough snow, or the snow might be too heavy, or I can't get it out of the garage. And I just don't understand why he won't use the damn snowblower.
And he'll just go out and shovel it instead.
Yeah. He'll just go out and shovel it, and I don't understand.
Terry, give him the data on how many people have heart attacks shoveling, and try to convince him that way. Because right,
I'm trying.
yeah. But I know people who will do that with the snow blowers as well. Not enough snow to snow blow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's what it's made for. All right. Thank you, Terry. Here's one that says, my grandmother would turn off her blinker stuck at traffic lights to save the bulb.
The blinker bulb.
You're supposed to leave that light on.
Oh my God,
yeah.
that's great.
And same with windshield wipers.
I love it.
Said it was more of a cheap thing.
Oh my God.
So you didn't want the wipers to wear out.
Yeah.
That's funny. Here's one of the things I noticed way too late in life was that if you have with products, let's say like a vacuum cleaner, or something along those lines, and after you go through a couple of them and they fall apart, if you realize that you do the recommended regular maintenance, cleaning things, taking it apart. Some of those things will last freaking ever, man. You just have to do these cleaning steps every now and then, and it'll last.
That's another thing. You bring up the vacuum cleaner that I do with its charging, the handheld vacs, computers, phones, all of that. Like, I don't like to leave it plugged in and charging constantly.
You can actually, in some cases, you can damage the battery.
Well, I don't know if that's still true or not.
But for the most part, no, you should be fine.
So I use the vacuum until it dies, and then I plug it in, and then when I check it throughout the day. If the charge is done, I unplug it.
I wonder how the battery is.
Yeah, seriously, because I don't want to ruin the battery.
Dennis, check the battery on the shark.
We have these. I'm sorry, Nick. No, we have these tools, power tools, that use batteries, and the batteries can be used for various tools. A drill for this one, it's
lithium batteries.
Yeah, so you move them from one product to another. So I mounted these chargers on the wall, stick them up there, leave them charged all the time because you never know when you're going to need to do a project, and you have it ready to go. Well, I don't know who was doing it.
93.3 WMMR.
Hi, you have to give me a second. I'm filling out. I have an appointment at my eye doctor next week. And I got this little text that says, "Hey, you need to fill this thing out real quick to pre-register."
Is it like 9
Oh,
pages?
it's like 20 minutes in that I'm still at this. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to win $1,000. Pardon me. Here we go.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
They did it!
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money Keyword.
All right, the keyword is invoice, INVOICE. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that on the MMR app or at WMMR.com, or you can text it the special contest short code number. That's 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. The Preston and Steve 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. Again, the word that's worth $1,000 right now is invoice, INVOICE. You need to enter it. Good luck to you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting Research Department, seeking volunteers for an alopecia areata clinical trial. And adults and kids 12 and older with 50% or more scalp hair loss are eligible. You can learn more at PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. So a brawl at a Carnival cruise line over the weekend in Galveston, Texas, led to more than 20 people getting banned.
Yeah, I was watching footage of this thing. It was a full-blown melee.
Yeah, video footage showed a group of people shoving each other while getting off a ship inside of a terminal.
Isn't that supposed to make you more relaxed?
That's what I was thinking. The video also showed some people being pushed to the ground and fists flying. A total of 24 people have been banned, and the case has been turned over to law enforcement. The matter was turned over, and Border Patrol officers had confirmed that about 10 people were detained, but only one person was arrested, Ethan Merritt Clark of Chicago. So Clark was getting his luggage after debarking and noticed a group of people that he had, quote, had an issue with on the cruise.
Yeah.
Clark then told officers he had previously met them when they were playing basketball a day before where they had fought, and there were about 20 people in the group who approached him in the luggage area. Clark alleged that the group came up to him and started hitting and stomping him to the ground. But then court documents say he recanted his original statement and just admitted to pushing an elderly man.
I want to change my statement.
Investigators
I just shoved that old guy.
With the elderly man who claimed that he saw Clark, shared some choice language, but could not recall what their conversation was, and noticed the 21-year-old looked very angry and told him, "Don't do what you're about to do." Relatives corroborated the statement, and they added the elderly victim was trying to de-escalate the situation, but instead, Clark responded by physically striking him. In turn, they fought back against Clark until law enforcement broke things up. But yeah,
so you can't fly because people are freaking out. You can't take a cruise because people are freaking out. And you can't drive because they're crapping on your hood.
Yeah, we have.
What's going on?
We have serious problems, people.
Right here in America.
Yep. Most of the time when audience members enter a theater to see a Broadway show, security checks their bags, and they're required to walk through metal detectors as a safety precaution. Despite those typical protocols, one woman allegedly snuck in a can of tuna into a theater and then had the audacity to open it in the middle of the show and eat it.
I like tuna.
Alyssa,
did you like a bite?
Alyssa Silver briefly shared her experience with the tuna eater on TikTok. In the video, the content creator is mugging at the camera with overlay text reading, "Me turning to the woman who opened a can of tuna and ate it during the second act of Cabaret last night."
Who wants some Limburger?
People in the video comment section were just as appalled as Silver was. Speaking of how to behave appropriately in a theater, etiquette expert Lisa Miraz-Grotz told the Daily Mail, "Your seat is not your living room. Show respect for those in the spotlight, actors, musicians, dancers, and fellow patrons. That means not eating random foods or scrolling on your phone in the middle of a performance."
You know, you should, like, go see something like To Kill a Mockingbird and sit there and eat a durian.
Yeah. Crowds at a Connecticut beach carnival began running from the area after someone let out a stinky prank. Fairfield police said a group of kids used flatulence spray near the exit of the McKinley Carnival on Jennings Beach, causing crowds to run from the area.
It's got to be liquid ass.
In a post on social media, the police wanted to reassure the public who may have seen people running from the carnival that it was a prank and not something more dangerous. The police said that they said, "We want to assure."
One witness said.
Police said, "We want to assure everyone that despite rumors circulating online, there were no weapons,
Just getting off the teacup, right? And then I started to smell it.
no physical altercations, and no injuries reported at any time." Police said the prank was repeated several times during the night. It started with small groups screaming and running, followed by a larger reaction where others began running without knowing the cause. In response to a question on social media asking if there were any repercussions for the people involved in the prank, the police said, "Fortunately, no one was injured, and our main priority at the time was ensuring a safe egress for all carnival attendees." In Alabama, a two-vehicle crash involving a kangaroo occurred on Tuesday morning on Interstate 85, leading to temporary road closures. The incident happened around 11:50 a.m. Troopers, along with the kangaroo's owner, responded to the scene to recover the animal. Both southbound and northbound lanes were closed during the recovery process. The kangaroo was not injured in the crash, and the roadway reopened, but I guess they just own it as a pet, and it got loose at some point. All right, and then we'll do one more story, and we will wrap it up. A woman named Anita Renner and her husband, who moved into a new home a few months ago, discovered a creepy note warning them about something inside. They had moved right outside of Seattle, and one night when the couple was in their kitchen chatting about house renovations that they wanted to make, they suddenly found an eerie handwritten note in one of the cabinets. She said, "My husband and I were just chatting in the kitchen, deciding how we should set up one particular display cabinet. I got down at an angle and suddenly let out a cry of, 'What the F is that?' The folded up note read, and all it said was, 'Don't look under the floor.'"
Well, now you're going to have to look under the floor.
When Rainier turned over the note, it had a series of random numbers, 290-653-00489382. While most people probably wouldn't be able to sleep after discovering a message like that, the couple surprisingly found it funny. They said it was both hilarious and kind of exciting to think there might be something hidden, a hidden mystery here. Curiosity got the best of them, but when the homeowners searched the numbers online, they were unsuccessful. They said we were expecting to be some number relating to at least something. They didn't give up. They took on the challenge as if they were playing a game of Clue. Their last resort was posting to Reddit to see if any helpful commenters could help them solve this bizarre mystery. A few people commented on the post, insisting the code on the back was a library card number and probably the name of a book, but they haven't come up with anything.
Don't look under the floor?
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file. All right, our 20-money keyword is invoice, INVOICE. You need to enter that now because it's your shot at winning $1,000, and we'll find out shortly if you do or not. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Someone would unplug the charger, and I would go and need to use the battery.
It was me. I was coming over and unplugging your.
You turn it on and go, and I'm like,
what?
I mounted this thing to the wall and plugged it in.
So I have a whole bank of, I use the iWorks, the gardening equipment from the leaf blower to the lawnmower. They're all electric. And I go in and I have them, Preston, just like you, the bank all along. They're ready to go. Boom, boom, boom. And I go and I go, what is that? And I'm because there's a button you can check to see how charged the batteries are. And they're all powered down. I'm like, what? They're all connected into a power strip. Somebody
turned it off.
Power strip on.
Real quick, Steve, do you keep those in the garage or in the house?
In the garage. Now, I've heard that when it gets brutally cold.
Somebody told me this too. I brought all that stuff inside for that very reason.
And yet
hot or cold.
you're told to blow up if
I know. I keep.
What
all
do
those,
you do?
Yeah, I keep them in the kitchen for whatever. Like there's one cabinet in the kitchen that's not used. So if my mom's come over, she's like, "Where do you keep the glasses?" Like that's actually where the batteries are.
The glasses are in the garage.
Yeah. But Preston, real quick, I know you're not a big kitchen gadget guy, but when I get a new knife, I hold on. I don't use it right away, and I think it's because I want to keep it pristine.
You want to keep it super sharp.
Yeah, and really clean and just perfect. Do you ever do that with new kitchen items? Do
No.
you you dive in right away.
Made to be used.
Okay.
Yes,
Well, wait a second.
In my mind.
This also goes to another conversation, which is how quickly do you? I do like things to look nice and pristine. So there are things like ice. After a while, we were talking yesterday about hiking shoes and stuff like that. I'm like, if they get too scuffed up, that'll be an extravagance.
There's a crossing point.
Sorry, it's just not up to my standard. It doesn't look right.
Nick, I have 19 pairs of scissors because I use the old scissors to cut things like opening boxes or something that's thicker, and then the newer, sharper scissors are for the things that need a nice, clean
finer cut.
Yeah.
It's
And you need 19 of them?
Oh, you can find scissors all over my house in every room.
Hey, this is the crafts queen, right?
Steve, I have 3 pairs of these sneakers that I'm wearing right now, and they have I have used them in stages. In fact, I drew a letter on the tongue of the shoe, so I didn't use them for what they weren't intended for. So the oldest version of those...
I do the sneaker phase. I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm
so
following you.
The oldest version were my cycling shoes, and then the newest version I only wore them to jog, and then...
Are they identical?
Identical.
And that's why you have to mark them.
I had to mark them. So I had jogging, cycling, and then everyday shoes.
So I go left to right. So the pair of shoe that's the furthest left, it's like in people jumping out of an airplane, skydiving. They're at the door. And so those are the ones that are the prime ones for using. And then it goes, and then they start to circle around into the Goodwill pile.
Yeah. And now I have my lawn mowing shoes, and I'm actually really proud of myself, Kathy, because you have a lawn mowing shoe guy?
No, I just want to go to a call when you eventually stop talking. So,
hang on a second, Preston. I got something for you here.
Hold on.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Go ahead.
No, I'm proud of myself because my lawn mowing shoes I've been using for 3 whole years now.
I'm going to go back to people not using things because they're afraid they will break.
Yeah.
And I will go to Barbara, who's been on hold for a while. Hey, Barbara. Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, Barbara?
My brothers and I just sold a house that we inherited from my father. They bought it in 1986, and they never used the dishwasher.
There you go.
We had the realtor come in, and I was telling her, I said, I think the dishwasher's broken. My brother's like, no, it works. They just never used it.
And is it from 1986? Is it that old?
Oh, yes.
The
Yes,
washer?
it was the original dishwasher that was put in the house.
I bet you that. So it would probably still run. It's not going to, it's a functional dishwasher. But did they ever explain why they chose not to use it? Was it for this reason, for fear of breaking it?
Yes, they didn't want to, nothing technical. Like that was high tech back then in 1986 to them.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's
hilarious.
Apparently it's a thing. All right. Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate it.
All right.
I'm going to go back to an older situation as well. This is Joe who's on the air. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Joe?
You guys remember back in the 70s when you get in a car, the seatbelts were kind of tucked up and folded above the window?
Yes.
And little brackets?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'd get in the car, and my dad, he was kind of a perfectionist, and he wouldn't let me take the seatbelt out of the little thing above the window because he thought it'll never go back neatly. So he never let us use the seatbelt.
He would rather have you not use the seatbelt to maintain the aesthetic.
Oh, yeah. I used to try to get it out. And he'd be like, don't touch that. You'll never get that. Get away from that. Stop playing with that. And I'm like, Dad, it's a seatbelt. He's like, you feel that dashboard? Push on it.
Now,
and,
would he make you ride on the hood of the car so that you wouldn't screw up the seats?
Oh.
That's
funny.
crazy. Yeah.
All right.
So
Thanks.
to this day,
Yeah.
it's
All right.
still a joke.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. All right. How about this? Let's go to Stuart. Hey, Stuart, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Stuart?
I got one for you.
All right.
My mother-in-law, God rest her soul,
She had an in-ground swimming pool in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
She never went in it. She paid for the pool guy to open it and maintain it. And I asked her, how come you never use it? She just told me that she liked looking at it and she wanted waterfront property.
Oh, my gosh.
But she never used the pool.
True story.
Never used the pool.
Wow.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
if she's paying for the maintenance, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. All right, a little bit different than what we're talking about, but that's interesting. Yeah.
Well, and this is slightly different as well, but can you go to Steve on line 2, Preston?
Line 2.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Press.
Hey, what's up, bud?
My best friend to this day, his father back in the 70s, 80s, and part of the 90s, whenever he would get a new car, would pop the hubcaps off and put them in the trunk because he was afraid they were going to get stolen.
May as well give them to somebody.
Right.
You know?
Take the hubcaps off.
Oh, that's funny.
So he would immediately take a beautiful brand new car and make it look like a piece of crap.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. For fear of them being stolen.
Hey, these doors, someone might take them.
Let's go to Jennifer. Hi there, Jennifer. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
What's up, Jennifer?
Okay, so I'm a lifelong camper, and with the internet, there are things like social media groups, etc. So I started following a bunch of camping groups on Facebook, and I discovered that there's a whole crew of campers that do not poop in their camper.
They don't poop in their camper.
They don't poop in the camper. Isn't that what it's for?
Yeah, exactly. It's made for that specifically. What is? Did they give their reasons why they don't want to do it?
I don't know. I think they're afraid of the black tank. I don't know if they don't want to dump their poop or what, but there's literally a hashtag no poop in the camper.
Yeah, I kind of get that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, you guys know, like, when you're at Camp Out for Hunger and you have the RV, and, like, it's not that you... If you have to, it's fine. That's what it's there for. But if, like, there is the alternative to go elsewhere, like, for example, Ulta, when we used to be at Plymouth meeting, like, you would prefer Ulta to the RV pooper. And so I understand that mentality. It's there for a reason. If you got to go, you got to go. But, like, if you can find an alternative, find the alternative.
I might see that. I don't see refusing to do it, though.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Listen,
Yeah.
push comes to shove, no pun intended. We'll use that camper pooper. Yeah.
Here's some text. Says, my dad refused to buy trash bags because you were buying them to throw them away.
So what did you do with trash?
He would make special trips to the grocery store for small bags and Walmart for even larger bags for the larger trash cans. Even if he couldn't buy something to fill the bag, he would ask the cashier for a wad of those big bags.
Oh, my God.
So in essence, a lot of what you buy from the grocery, you're buying it knowing you're going to throw it away.
That's funny. He wouldn't buy them because you're purchasing something that you're just going to throw away.
Just going to throw it away.
That's funny. But it has a purpose.
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
Why get a toilet? You're just going to flush that stuff.
All right, here we go. What is this, Nick? It
Well,
says,
I'm confused by the details at the end.
all right, shall I read the last part first?
Just
or-
what the grandparents do. My grandparents lived.
It says, my grandparents lived until they were in their late 90s, and they used their dishwasher all the time. They even had a little magnet that would say clean or unclean with a little piggy on it that they would
put on
rotate to say what condition the dishes were. We had that when I was a
You
kid.
did?
Yeah, clean or dirty.
And it was a little piggy?
Not a piggy,
Oh,
but
all right.
we had this thing, and you would. It had it was a magnet. It had it said dishes are, and then it had a little chain to another piece underneath it that you could
Oh,
flip
that's funny.
over that would say clean or dirty.
That's
I like
cool.
that.
And that way you wouldn't have to guess when you were standing at the
I
sink.
could have used that
makes
yesterday because I loaded dirty dishes into a clean dishwasher.
Yeah, that sucks. Hey, how often do you change your bath towel? Like, do you use the same bath towel over and over again?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Like a week.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, dear God.
Something
January
like that.
1st is what
Yeah,
I do.
I do the same thing only because it's clean. I'm drying myself with clean water on a clean body, and so I don't feel like it's as dirty, and I don't feel like loading the hamper with laundry that is
Yeah, I'm that
unnecessary.
way.
Okay.
You're not a barbarian.
No,
Yeah, you're not
I am
alone.
not.
You're not alone. Kathy thinks it's disgusting,
Yeah.
but
Not disgusting. Sometimes you have to be careful of the smell and mildew growing.
oh sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I hang it up to dry,
Yeah.
to air dry, so
like line dry.
Over the
after that.
TV.
Yeah.
Are you once a week? Kev? How often you wash them?
No, like probably every other day.
Oh, man, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Let's
Sorry.
see. Let me go to.
I use the washer. I have no problem using that.
I have Frank on the line. Hey, Frank. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Frank, what's up, man?
So my car came with 2 remote starts, and one of them broke. So I have a second one that works perfectly fine, but like I don't want to go through that loss again, so I just don't use it, and I'd rather just walk out to my car, start in the morning, and then go back in the house, being like, "Gosh, I wish I still had 2 remote starts."
You don't want to risk it because you're down to just one. What if that breaks?
93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. Elderly woman behind a counter in a small town, blah, 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 whatever that long title is. I've forgotten. From Pearl Jam. Nick, what is it? There's another Pearl Jam song that was stuck in my head, and I can't remember the name of it. I could look it up, but...
what were we talking about?
I was about to ask you.
Oh.
Yeah. I was like, there's another Pearl Jam song.
I missed the beginning part.
That I was thinking about.
Who are you?
Where am I?
What was the thing?
How did you get in here?
This isn't TV.
Oh, my God. My brain is not working.
Dude, me too.
Okay.
I mean, without question. I mean, I just saw a woman crap on a car. I mean, for crying out loud. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around reality right now. What's the song? Take the bottle, pick it down.
Oh, Crazy Mary.
Pass around. Crazy Mary.
Yeah, that's a cover.
The titles I get mixed up with Elderly Woman and Crazy Mary. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, it's wired in my head that way.
Similar vibe to the songs, and kind of like a bit of a ballad, I guess, and storytelling within each of those songs.
Yeah, that's a cover song?
Yeah, I forget who the original artist was, but there was a benefit record that came out in the late 90s, benefit for Victoria Williams, if I'm remembering right. Anyway, it was on that, and it's a kind of become a concert staple. I love when they play that live.
Okay.
Song's about a woman who took a full-on dump on somebody's car during an altercation, and it reminds us all to keep it all in check.
Wait, maybe Victoria Williams sang that song originally.
Crazy Mary.
Yeah, okay.
She didn't even wait like a second, and it came out of her ass quickly, and then walked back to her car and went on with her day. Makes you wonder.
Did it look like she was wearing diapers?
Looked like she was wearing underwear.
Yeah.
It turns out she was Jeremy's mother.
What? No wonder he went crazy.
That's right. He went nuts.
I think so.
Yeah.
Crazy Mary, the whole thing. All right. Anyway, it's time to give something away. We have a pair of tickets to Star Wars A New Hope live in concert Friday, June 20th at the Man. The Philadelphia Orchestra is going to be playing the score. It's a really, really cool event. Question that I have for you is this. What American icon toured with Aerosmith in 1976?
You won't believe it.
It's not an actual person.
Yeah.
He had to have heard it earlier. And you also need to Zoom for our answer. So what you got to do is text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. We will send you a link, and then you click on that link, and then you get in line, and we'll see if we can pop you on and ask you the question. And again, I will pose that. What American icon toured with Aerosmith in 1976? So here's what you're not going to do. You're not going to go and look up the Aerosmith tour and see what band supported them. No, it's not a band. It's something Steve said. It was off the cuff, and you had to have heard it. So if you know, text word Zoom 610-660-9333. We'll send you the link, and we'll do the trash while we're waiting.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get the stories, and then we'll see if we can get an answer. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Puka Nakua's brother, Samson Nakua, has been suspended by the UFL for slapping a fan in a post-game altercation. Samson Nakua later issued a statement saying he is incredibly embarrassed that he isn't in the NFL.
Oh, my God.
Rosie O'Donnell has become an unlikely friend to Lyle Menendez, talking to him by phone in prison 2 to 3 times a week. Apparently, O'Donnell has been sending Menendez pictures of Ana de Armas. So that's it. He's confused.
Oh, my God.
And finally, after the disastrous CBS interview, 73-year-old Bill Belichick has gone silent, refusing to answer any questions about his relationship with 24-year-old Jordan Hudson. Belichick is currently directing all inquiries to Hudson's vagina.
All right, we got a Zoomer who wants to answer this question. What American icon toured with Aerosmith in 1976? So we're going to check in with Mike this morning. Hey, Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Gadzooks, how are you?
Gadzooks, sir. We are good. All right, do you know what American icon toured with Aerosmith in 1976?
I do, the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah. You got it, Mike! Nice job, buddy. Hang on. You get to go to this really cool event at the Man. It is Star Wars: A New Hope live in concert. Friday, June 20th, and the Philadelphia Orchestra plays the Oscar-winning composer John Williams' musical score live as the film is projected on 3 giant screens in the TD Pavilion at the Man. Parking is free, by the way. Tickets start at $28. On sale now via mancenter.org. Hang on, Mike. We're going to set you up while we're doing that.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Hi, Grandma.
All right, brought to you by Rita's. New Cola Ice is now at Rita's. You can try the Twisted Cola Blender with Cocoa Lime Cream, and you can get to Rita's quick because Cocoa Lime treats are here for a limited time only. I have a couple of things here. Apple TV Plus has dropped the trailer for its upcoming Bono documentary. It's called Bono Stories of Surrender. Looks pretty cool. I watch it. It's black and white.
Sometimes, if you really need to go, you get out of your car and you walk back to the car behind you, and defiantly you take a big, liquid, bubbling dump on the hood of that car.
He'll be sharing stories like that.
This one is for Bishop Tutu.
All right. It's kind of like the Springsteen where he plays some music and tells the stories, and it looks cool. I mean, I've always been a huge fan of his, and I just think he's such a cool
I'd like
person.
to explain pause attraction to you now.
All right.
In the documentary, he's going to go places you don't expect him to go.
He does not know. He doesn't want to be obvious about it.
So the film is inspired by his stage show, which has the same name as the documentary, as well as Surrender, 40 songs, one
I did
story.
the math. 61 raccoons could beat up a man.
Jesus. Surrender, 40 songs, one history, his 2022 memoir. Bono teases in the trailer something to know about performers. In pursuit of truth, we are capable of more untruth than most. The official,
like the uncola, it's not a cola.
The unofficial synopsis also promises that the movie will pull back the curtain on a remarkable life and the family, friends, and faith that have challenged and sustained.
The way him as an incredibly charismatic, frontman singer, U2. So I took a deep dive down some YouTube performance videos. Him singing "Bad."
Amazing.
I mean, holy hell! Yeah. I mean, just one of those amazing moments. The band is sensational, and he obviously communes with the audience in a way that not many performers could or can.
That version of "Bad," which is from what was the album called? Rattle and Hum from the movie, is a clinic on how a song to build a crescendo in a song. This slow build over the course of that song is just brilliantly done. And he is just, like you said, charismatic is the best word to describe him as a front man. The documentary will be on Apple TV Plus on May 30th. Our friends in Hailstorm officially announced their 6th studio album. It's called Everest, and it's set to be released on August 8th. Produced by Dave Cobb, the album is described by Lizzie Hale as a reflection of the band's journey, weaving themes of loss, love, and transformation into their signature hard rock sound.
She's the best, man.
Hailstorm will hit the road to support the album with the Neverest World Tour this fall. It kicks off November 11th in Salem, Virginia, and will feature co-headliner Lindsey Sterling and special guest Apocalyptica. And it will continue in various cities. General admission tickets start tomorrow with pre-sales already started. But they're doing a tour with Volbeat as well, I believe. And that'll be August 9th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Pretty sure that was that. And then finally, Green Day has teamed up with 7-Eleven to launch a new Slurpee flavor. It's called Kerplunk Candy Grape.
Kerplunk.
Yep. And it is inspired by their 1992 album, Kerplunk, and their backstage favorite, Cotton Candy Grapes. This sweet and slightly twisted treat is available for a limited time at participating 7-Eleven, Speedway, and Stripes stores nationwide. To celebrate the launch, fans can collect limited edition cups and custom straws featuring built-in Bluetooth speakers from select locations. Each cup includes a QR code linking to a Spotify playlist curated by Green Day themselves. And that is the last story I have for you in music news this morning. All right, we're going to break. We'll come back in a second. By the time we return, we'll have a letter all prepared from Mr. Pierre Robert that could get you our Word of the Week prize, which we give away tomorrow. Get you the details in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Yeah. Exactly. But, yeah, I don't know how to replace the remote start, so we're just not going to go.
Like, what would someone do if they wanted to get a new one? You'd have to, I guess, go buy one.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I'm not doing that.
That right? All right. Thank you for
Can't
it.
play me for a sucker.
I appreciate that. Yeah, this all got started because of this email that we got who said that the guy's in-laws' garbage disposal, they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it, so they actually keep a trash bag in the sink next to it.
It's funny, yeah.
To just throw the scraps in. Which, by the way, I did. We had a clog, a drain issue, and we had I called Horizon out, and the tech came and fixed it. And he said he was telling me some stuff about the garbage disposal that I didn't know. As far as using, he's like, yeah, I mean, it's there for the purpose of breaking that stuff up and it going down the tube, but not everything breaks up that well and can eventually cause a clog. And he was telling me some of the things I didn't realize. He said what you shouldn't put in the garbage disposal, eggshells. Yeah. He said they eventually, he described them as a net. There's a membrane on the inside of the shell, and it goes down in there, and it won't fully dissolve, and it will... I have thrown thousands of eggs down the into the disposal over years, and he's like, "Yeah, that's one you need to avoid." I was like, I had no idea.
I think potatoes can turn into like a glue. Like,
okay,
so like there are a whole bunch of foods that you can't put down there because
what's the purpose then?
I know, but you got to be selective in what you can and can't put down there.
Nick pulled up this list real quick. I know we have to take a break, Case, but let's see. Oh. Clam and oyster shells, really?
Yeah, don't do that.
I didn't
rocks,
know that.
Don't put rocks in there.
What about wrenches?
No, grease, oil, a large amount of vegetable peels, large number of eggshells, it says here, artichokes in particular, and corn husks are things you should stay away from. Wow. Okay. Anyway, listen, thank you guys for your calls. We appreciate it. And thank you to Brian from Lewis, Delaware, for sending in that suggestion. We have to take a break because we're going to go live on Fox Good Day when we return. We have the bizarre file to get to. We have MMR's concert cash and your first chance at winning $500 and MMR bikini tickets. And you can walk on my team. You can participate and be a part of this if you donate and sign up for Team Preston WMMR. You get a team T-shirt. We will actually get to walk on Lincoln Financial Field. If you've always wanted to be down there on the field.
Pretty cool.
Chance to do that. Swoop will be there, Eagles cheerleaders, and not to brag or anything, but I'm this year's media honored hero. Yay! So I'm getting an award. So thank you, everyone. Please quiet down. No, if and you can hear my call late in the night, whatever it is. I can't make that noise again. And that's me. So anyhow, yeah, it's coming up on the 12th of June, and it's for Crohn's and Colitis Foundation research, education, and patient support services for those suffering from inflammatory bowel diseases, which are insanely painful, gang. So if you could help out, that would be great. And sign up for the team. And just go to WMMR.com and click on events, and you will find the info there, and would love to have you on the team.
Preston, I got a text yesterday from Giovanna Pisano. Giovanna won our Isolation Idol contest. Remember that from 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic? Her band, Dinah, is going to be playing at your event. So she's she saw the information on the website, and she's like, oh, my God, I get to see Preston. She was on our show via Zoom, but never got to meet us.
Yeah.
So Giovanna and her band are going to be there at that event on June 12th, which is really cool.
They always have several bands in different parts of the concourse playing as you're walking along, and there's usually, like superheroes and things. It's really cool.
But it's cool also. You've had to do it in a more mitigated way over the past couple of years, and this is sort of a return to what everyone loved about the event.
All these upcoming events are finally going to be what they once were, which is great. So participate.
You am them.
If you can. We am them. All right, I got this email. It was a little while back, but better late than never. I thought this was an interesting question to pose to people. So I got this email from Brian, who lives in, is it Lewis, Delaware? Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
Lewis, Delaware, yeah. L-E-W-E-S, Lewis, Delaware. He said, hey, he said, I had an idea that I thought might be interesting. Recently, I learned that my in-laws have a garbage disposal, and they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it. They keep a trash bag in the sink for food scraps instead of allowing them to go into the garbage disposal.
So they have a device that they never use for fear of breaking it.
Yes. And he said, this is pure insanity to me. And it got me to thinking, if there are other things of convenience that some people refuse to use for fear of breaking them. So, and he also said, additionally, it's become clear to me that people love to do greetings when they go live on the air. I thought maybe a segment maybe called the Salutation Station would be cool. And it would allow people to get in and get their greeting fix. Now, we'll worry about that another time. But anyhow, that's an interesting question. So you have this device that is made specifically for this one thing to do, yet you don't want to use it because you might break it. But what's the point of having it if you're not going to use it?
I know this phenomenon exists with a lot of people. I'm a gadget guy, so I will use it. I immediately adopt something and I'll use whenever I get it. But I am aware of people who will buy things and never use them.
I do it all the time.
Oh,
are you
guilty of this?
Yeah. The time.
By the way, if you are in this situation, call us. I want to hear it. 215-263-WMMR. All right, what is it?
So it's not that I won't use things. It's that I use them
sparingly.
Yes, when absolutely necessary.
Like super sparingly.
Yes.
Will you actually do extra work even though you have something that could get something? Okay.
So Casey and I we usually walk into work together, and he noticed it, I guess, a couple of times, and then finally said something to me. So this is just one example. Here at the station, when you walk into the building, there's the door that you can hit for, it's like a handicap, and it'll for somebody walking through, and it'll open the door for them.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So that's the only door you can get in the morning when we scan our key card because the doors are locked.
It's the only one that unlocks.
That unlocks, right? Once we get into the vestibule, all of the doors are open. There's several
there's like
doors.
6 doors you can go through,
I won't go through the other handicap door. I won't open that handicap door because it's automatic.
It's
and
the door
I'm
straight
using,
through, yeah.
So I'm using that door opener. It doesn't need to be, so I'll just go over to the one that I pull with my own hand and open.
Because you're afraid if you open it too often, it's eventually going to cause this to malfunction.
Correct.
Okay.
I do it with my garage door opener at home.
You don't use your automatic garage door
So I
opener?
will go out my front door if more often than not, because if I use the garage door opener so much, eventually it's going to break, right, guys?
Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, wait, hold on. I had to have it replaced because it did break after 13 years.
So
13 years.
It's going to happen anyway.
13 years.
Yeah.
I got 13 years out of it, but maybe did I get 13 years out of it because I used the front door?
Is this why you were asking about a garage door?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, the garbage disposal, though, that I will use. Like, I'm not worried about that one.
Okay.
I know. So on my wife's side of the family, one of the people, one of the not in-laws, forget who it is. Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you classify this person, but dishwasher doesn't use it. Dishwasher sitting right there in the kitchen. Does not use it.
Because of fear of it breaking?
That, a perception of overuse of water, a perception of other things, and fear of breaking, all of that sort of, no, I don't want to screw with that.
I had a friend who I worked with, dishwasher, but for a different reason, not for fear of breaking. She would not use a dishwasher because she hated unloading the dishwasher.
Oh, yeah, I hate that.
So therefore would hand wash everything, which you still have to put all that stuff away when you're done hand washing it, but there was something about putting it in, running it, and then opening it up and taking it back out that she did not want to do.
She didn't like picking up the work on the other side.
Right.
So in other words, when you're washing it right then and there, you're putting it away. So it seems like it's all in one.
Yeah, like smaller amounts.
Right, yeah. But it's the same
still
thing.
doing the same thing.
Yeah.
In the almost 20 years that I've been a dishwasher owner, I don't think I've actually turned a dishwasher on maybe more than 5 or 6 times.
Thursday morning broadcast coming to a close for us. Beautiful day today, 77 degrees. Clouds, sun, little bit of blue sky here and there. But that's going to lead to cloudy skies tomorrow, high 84. And then they are calling for thunderstorms on Saturday and scattered thunderstorms. Afternoon thunderstorms on Saturday and then scattered thunderstorms on Sunday.
And that could change.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna get out and play golf. I've been bitten by the bug again. I'm gonna get out and play golf and try to
a weekend or
try to get back at it on Sunday.
There you go.
I can. And then Monday calling for rain again and cooler, high of only about 69 degrees or so. Today has been fun. I would like to thank everybody involved in that. We actually started off very, very early with an interviewer right at 6 o'clock. We had this gentleman. His name is Mark Gibson. He's an ultra runner. If you go by the Philadelphia Museum of Art right now and you look up at the steps, the Rocky Steps, you'll see people that are always walking and maybe jogging up and down the stairs. Well, there's a guy going back and forth all day long for about 10 hours straight. Mark is trying to attempt 27.6 miles up and down the Rocky Steps. And it's a symbolic tribute to the 27.6 million people still enslaved around the world. It is a charity event with worthwhile wear. And they help, get people out of those situations, out of these, human trafficking and things like that. They have long-term housing and financial assistance that they can do for people. So it's a really good cause. And this guy's done crazy ultra stamina events throughout his life. And he's just one of those people that can do it. Can run 100 some odd miles.
64.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And he's running with his daughter. So when did he start, technically?
Right after he got off the bus.
Right after he got. So, I wonder.
Yeah, it's a little after 7 this morning. So we'll see. Then we had Catherine Ott Lovell, the president and CEO of Philadelphia Visitors Center, and they are pushing a program to set up people as fambassadors, or essentially just supporters of the city of Philadelphia. And it's just a way to promote how awesome our city is. And you don't have to live in Philadelphia. They're encouraging people that are in this surrounding area of the community that claim Philadelphia as home, our home base.
Yes.
To be a part of this. It's easy to sign up. It's free. Doesn't cost anything. And you might get some cool benefits out of it.
What is that T-shirt case? You have to bring it up. Where it's claiming we're from Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's
Delaware County.
Delaware County claiming we're from Philly since 1789.
Yep. So that was nice to have her on. And I would like to thank Police Chief Madonna from Prospect Park, speaking of Delaware County. He reached out to us to verify that this viral video of the road rage incident where a woman gets out and absolutely craps on this other person's car on their hood, diarrhea, is legit.
Yes.
We didn't think of it. I didn't think it was real.
No.
I thought it was a stunt. It looked like it was a well-placed stunt, but he's like, nope, that's legit, and we're working on this issue.
His exact words were, sadly, no. It's
Sadly, no, it's legit. And instead of a hit and run, put an S in front of hit, and that's what they're calling this.
Oh, my.
I know. So it was nice to have the chief on this morning. Pierre Robert is indeed here.
Why did she do that?
She was trying to get more points for Delco is what she was trying to do.
Oh.
It was a road rage incident. She was angry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sort of glad we can understand it.
Yeah. I think.
Right.
Yeah.
It's nice to not be able to understand that.
I prefer to be quizzical about it.
I think I agree with you.
How you doing, man?
Excellent.
Wonderful.
Lovely day.
Yeah. All right, we need a letter if you're ready to go with that.
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
So the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
S as in Sam.
All righty, we have one more to go, and we have a Powhatan summer tiki boat cruise for up to 16 people to give away. You can set sail with Powhatan in Ocean City, New Jersey. It's the only Caribbean tiki boat experience in New Jersey, and you bring the drinks, the food, and they'll captain your boat. Book your tropical getaway, bachelorette party, daytime, or sunset cruise today at njtiki.com. What you got up today, man?
Well, thank you for asking. We will, on the program today, have more of those tickets, 4 tickets, in fact, for the Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen PR Presents session coming to the Foundry a couple days after the MMRBQ on May 12th. By the way, you guys have all done ticket rates for various things. I've got a Wolfgang Van Halen ticket raid coming Friday. That'll be tomorrow between 4 and 6 at A&T Chevy, which is in Sellersville. So that'll be cool. We've got the 20 Money Keyword at noon and at 3 and at 5. We've got Workforce Blocks of Bruce Springsteen and Greta Van Fleet. And what is going to be the special block of the day? Tonight at the Met, they have returned with the upside-down plastic flower pots. Ladies and gentlemen, Devo. Wow. I am so excited to see them. I saw them at the Tower Theater when the Freedom of Choice album had just come out with the upside down flower pots. They were doing the videos, and the production in that early era was just phenomenal of Devo. And I mean, they're so quirky and they're so fun and they're so wild. And I don't know what they look like or sound like anymore, but I simply must see them. And I'm going to, so we'll do a block of Devo.
Love it.
So they call those hats the Energy Dome.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Because during COVID, I found one online that had a mask that had a plastic shield on it.
That was great.
And I meant to bring it in today and wear it in honor of it, but maybe I'll bring it in tomorrow.
Nice.
But the upside down, what do they call it?
Energy Dome.
Which does what?
I don't know. So, their whole mythos, Devo stands for de-evolution. That's what the band is based on.
Right.
But I'm not sure what they get from the Energy Dome. I'll have to look that up.
I would think energy.
Yeah,
we would
so,
hope,
right?
but it's Devo, so who knows?
Yeah. They're an amazing band. I
So
love those
cool.
guys.
I'm really excited about that.
Nice. All right. Thank you, Pierre, and thank you to our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the Landis Theater in downtown Vineland. You can experience the magic of the Landis with mind-blowing sound and an unforgettable atmosphere. TheLandis.com. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Duncan. Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow morning, we will have comedian Ashley Gavin in the studio. We're going to talk to Jason Isaacs tomorrow.
Love that.
Fresh off of White Lotus. Huge success. We talked to him just recently with that Cary Grant series that was on. So that'll be cool. And, ladies and gentlemen, the 16th annual Kathy's Cuts.
Oh, yeah.
Is taking place. So Kathy will be on location. We'll be checking in with her all morning long, and you'll be talking to the people that are making that thing happen.
Yep, we'll be at True Beauty Concepts tomorrow morning with Gravity Hair Salon and Vibe Salon.
Excellent. All right, so that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.